No, yeah, but yeah, but if a riddle with mistake. The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present.
Senator Blyden is there? Yes.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
He,
Senator DeGraff, absent.
no, he's there. I think he's Skyping.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Here.
Senator Viale, present. Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance for Tuesday, June 7th, 2022, in the Fritz E. Lewetz Legislative Conference Room, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will consider the following. In Block 1, Bill number 34-0176, an act appropriating $325,000 from the Community Facility Trust Fund to the General Fund for the purpose of supporting the refurbishment of number 33 Company Street, Christiansted, and the program objectives of the Collective Collaboration, Inc., and requiring that the Collective Collaboration, Inc. comply with the financial disclosure requirements under 2 VIC subsection 29, proposed by Senators Novell E. Francis Jr., Kurt Viale, and Franklin D. Johnson. Invited testifiers: Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement; Kimberly Kazi Gomez, Commissioner, Department of Human Services; Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget; Kendall Tutine, Director, Interagency Council on Homelessness, Department of Human Services; Karen Dixon, Founder, President, the Collective Collaboration, Inc. Bill number 34-0167, an act amending Act number 8473, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to a $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to provide for a grant of that sum to the Twin City Cricket Association for the development of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, St. Croix Cricket Field, and providing for other related purposes, proposed by Senators Kurt A. Viale and Javon E. James Sr. Invited testifiers: Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement; Calvert M. White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation; Marcellin Lockhart, President, Twin City Cricket Association. Bill number 34-0255, an act amending Title 22 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 55A, by repealing and reenacting Sections 1443 and 1446 to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Credit for Reinsurance Model Law, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the governor. Invited testifiers: Glendina P. Matthew, Esquire, Acting Director, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. Suzette Richards, Esquire, Legal Counsel, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. In Block 2,
Madam
BR.
Clerk, we will stop with Block 1 because we're going to make a correction with Block 2. We just received the bill number, BR 22-0988. Will be bill number 34-0262. 34-0262. So you may proceed.
In Block 2, Bill number 34-0262, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Vitelcom Cellular, Inc., DBA, via wireless, VI, eCell, for the leasing of the northwest portion of Parcel 3B, Estate Susannaburg, number 17A, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Paul Kuropas, Senior Director of Corporate Affairs, VIA. Bill number 34-0193, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and ENC Development, LLC, 8168 Crown Bay Marina, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Julio King, Project Manager, ENC Development, LLC. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I also mark Senator Donna Fred Gregory as present, Senator Carrion as present, Senator Janelle Sarro as present, and let's welcome Senator Noble Francis, who's here with us today.
Mr. Chair, you have 7 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. We have a number of items that are before us today. We're going to begin with bill number 34-0176. That is being proposed by Senator Noble Francis, myself, and Senator Franklin Johnson. Who speaks to this particular bill? Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifier, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much for this opportunity, being a non-committee member, to present this bill on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 34-0176 is an act appropriating $325,000 from the Community Facility Trust Fund to the General Fund, or for the purpose of supporting the refurbishment of 33 Company Street, Christiansted, and the program objectives of Collective Collaboration, Inc., and requiring that the Collective Collaboration, Inc. comply with the financial disclosures requirements under 2 VIC Section 2. Homelessness is both a public health and a moral crisis. Today, I'm honored to present Bill number 34-0176, which seeks to provide funding to Collective Collaboration, an organization providing shelter and services to homeless individuals on St. Croix. Homelessness is a crisis across the nation, and the territory has not been spared. To give an idea of homelessness in the territory, in 2018, 500 people were counted as homeless. In 2019, that number was 314. In 2020, that number was 304. And in 2021, that number was 174. This number may not be accurate, of course, because we were going through the pandemic at the time. While it appears that our numbers are trending downward, what we see on our streets tells a different story. In addition, these numbers don't address the housing insecure, the people who are one step away from being homeless. Serving the homeless and coordinating the necessary wraparound services is a task that the government has not done well. In fact, government can't do everything. It is through partnership with nonprofit organizations and other non-governmental entities that we fill the gaps in providing services to the people of this territory. Since March of 2020, Collective Collaboration has filled a critical gap in our community. They have provided emergency shelter, reunited families, provided access to services, and advocated for the people that are often treated as if they're invisible. I commend Ms. Karen Dickerson and her team at Collective Collaboration for their heartfelt initiative to serve our most vulnerable. Last September, Senator Vielle and I met with Ms. Karen Dickerson, founder and director of Collective Collaboration, Inc., to discuss the objective and the immediate needs of the organization. At that meeting, we arrived at an appropriation of $325,000 to support repairs of their current space at 33 Company Street. However, Collective Collaboration has since worked to identify a more permanent location, which amendment number 34-415, which I'll be offering at the appropriate time, will address. The funds proposed through this legislation will assist Collective Collaboration with the goal of providing a more functional and comfortable environment for the people they serve. As you will hear from OMB Director Jennifer O'Neill, Governor Bryan approves the expenditures from the Community Facility Trust Fund. Bill number 34-0176 gives us an opportunity to build partnerships that ultimately support our community. At the appropriate time, I'll be offering amendment number 34-415. The amendment corrects the service location of Collective Collaboration to 40B Company Street and establishes the Department of Human Services as the receiving oversight agency for the funds dispersed from the Community Trust Fund. Thank you very much. Again, I'm a non-committee member. I'd ask for my colleagues' support on this very, very important measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for offering this particular measure. Senator Kenneth Gittins have also signed on to the measure, but we must applaud the work of Ms. Dickerson. She landed on island in 2020 and has really just been running with this homeless and behavioral issues on the island of St. Croix, and have really done a wonderful job in being able to reunite individuals with the family and also to get a number of individuals off of the street, and they look at the location as a safe haven. So this bill is just really encouraging somebody who's given selfishly of a time to continue the quest and to continue to assist the government of the Virgin Islands by being able to provide services for these individuals. And like the Premier Francis said, the government can't do everything. And it's important that when we recognize those individuals who are supplementing what the government cannot accomplish, that we make sure that we fund those individuals. So at this time, I'm going to allow the testifiers to put the name and title on the record. All testifiers, please remember that we have individuals virtual in the Welland St. Thomas and in the Welland St. Croix. So before you speak, please say your name. You don't have to say a title, but just say your name so that the court reporter will be able to capture the information. Who is testifying on behalf of Commissioner Thomas? Mr. Richards, put your name on the record. 1 minute, we're not hearing you. I will come back to you. I'm seeing Commissioner Kazi Gomez. Put your name and title on the record.
Good morning, Kimberly Gomez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services.
Thank you. Is the Director of OMB on the line? Anybody representing OMB? Mr. Tyne, can you put your name and title on the record?
Good morning, Kendall Tutine, Director of Nonprofits and Support Services for the Department of Human Services.
Thank you. Mr. Richards, you may proceed now.
My name is Vincent Richards. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the Divisions of Printing and Property in the Department of Property and Procurement. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Ms. Dickerson?
Good morning, Karen Dickinson, founder and president of the Collective Collaboration, Inc.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to begin with the first testifier being Department of Property and Procurement. Sir Richards, you may proceed.
Good morning, Committee Chair and Bill Sponsor Viale, Vice Chair Fred Gregory, committee members, Senators Blyden, DeGraff, Carrion, James, and Sarro. Bill co-sponsors Senator Francis and Johnson, legislative staff, and fellow testifiers. I am Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Property and Printing Divisions of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I'm appearing today on behalf of Commissioner Anthony Thomas to offer testimony on Bill number 34-0176 and its proposed amendment number 34-415, an act approving $325,000 from the Community Family Trust Fund to the Department of Human Services for the purpose of supporting the refurbishment of number 40-B Company Street, Christiansted, St. Croix, and the program objectives of the Collective Collaboration, Inc., and requiring that the Collective Collaboration, Inc. comply with the financial disclosures requirements under 2 VIC subsection 29. The department understands bill number 34-0176 and its proposed amendment will appropriate the sum of $325,000 from the Community Family Trust Fund to the Department of Human Services to allow the Department of Human Services to provide a grant to Collective Collaboration, Inc. for the refurbishment of property located at 40B Company Street, Christiansted, St. Croix, for related purposes. As an alternative, the department proposes that the government acquires the property itself and subsequently lease the property to Collective Collaboration, Inc. in furtherance of its services. If any funds from this appropriation would be earmarked for the acquisition of the property, the government would need to acquire the property itself using the provisions of 31 VI Code subsection 231A and hold title to the property. This process requires 3 appraisals, the governor's and the legislature's approval. In this instance, the property would then be leased to Collective Collaboration, Inc. With Collective Collaboration, Inc. bearing responsibility for all refurbishment and ongoing maintenance and repairs subject to the terms of a long-term lease. Leasing the property to Collective Collaboration would be in line with other plans of the government to lease property to this nonprofit. The department is currently processing a long-term lease agreement with Collective Collaboration for number 20-A Hospital Street, St. Croix, and 25-B Hill Street, St. Croix, for Collective Collaboration's expansion of services on St. Croix. The Collective Collaboration is providing much needed community services. Therefore, the department is in support of its needs. The Department of Property and Procurement is supportive of the work of Collective Collaboration, its plans, and its planned expansion of services. The department is of the opinion that the government should acquire the property itself using the requirements of 31 VI Code subsection 31A, and then subsequently lease the property to Collective Collaboration, Inc. This concludes my prepared testimony. I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Commissioner Kazi Gomez.
Good day, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Viale, Chair of the Committee on Finance, committee members, other members of the 34th Legislature present, and the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for the invitation to provide testimony on Bill number 34-0176, an act appropriating $325,000 from the Community Facility Trust to the Department of Human Services for the purpose of supporting the refurbishment of number 40B Company Street, Christiansted, and the program objectives of the Collective Collaboration Incorporated, and requiring the Collective Collaboration, Inc. comply with the financial disclosure requirements of 2 VIC subsection 29, proposed by Senators Novell E. Francis Jr., Kurt A. Villa, and Franklin D. Johnson. I'm Commissioner Kazi Gomez with the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, and joining me today is Ms. Kendall Tutine, Director of Nonprofit and Support Services, to answer any specific questions pertaining to the subject matter. Scope and overview. The Virgin Islands Department of Human Services receives its authority pursuant to Title 34 of the Virgin Islands Code, the designated state agency for all publicly financed social services programs. We serve over a third of the territory's population. There are 84 programs within our 15 divisions across the territory. DHS plays a critical role in sustaining individuals, families, institutions, and the local economy through rendering our services daily and through pursuing and successfully securing additional federal funds and enhanced federal matches. Throughout the pandemic, the community's need for DHS's services have grown and are called upon to serve more Virgin Islanders than ever. DHS provides programs and services to prevent homelessness, and we rely heavily on our partner agencies, both government and nonprofit, to assist in the intervention to provide substance abuse services, behavioral and mental health treatment services, and housing to the clients in need. The Department of Human Services has oversight of 29 GBI-funded programs through Act number 8489 and Bill number 34-0124, the Crisis Intervention Fund, and GBI Miscellaneous Fund Act 8474, or Bill number 34-0109, totaling $2,849,000, of which 23% funds 9 homeless programs territorially. Services funded include 1 soup kitchen, 4 shelter-based programs, 2 additional transitional housing, and 1 street outreach, and 1 homeless prevention program. The programs continue to face challenges in providing services to the homeless. Behavioral services, including mental health and substance abuse services or treatment, are needed. Drop-in centers and outreach programs with appropriate levels of staff need to be established so unsheltered homeless and those at risk for homelessness can gain access to services. Permanent supportive housing is needed to safeguard those persons transitioning from unsheltered homeless status and have special needs that can have successful housing experiences. Based on a HUD-mandated point-in-time count data organized by the USVI Continuum of Care Council on Homelessness, in 2019, there were 314 unsheltered persons, of which 107 were identified as chronic homeless.
To the bill?
Chronic homelessness is defined as a long-term, unsheltered homeless experience and someone who may suffer from a mental health disorder and/or mental health and substance abuse disorder. In 2021, 174 unsheltered persons were counted. Does that mean that the unsheltered homeless has decreased? Actually, no, it means that the point-in-time count was not staffed sufficiently to count the unsheltered homeless during the January 2022 event. The demand for overnight shelter, transitional housing, and permanent supportive housing far exceeds the available resources here in the Virgin Islands. Recently, DHS, in partnership with government agencies, nonprofit, and community-based homeless service providers, was pleased to host the 2022 Project Homeless Connect, which were held in May 2022. PHC is an outreach activity to assist the unsheltered homeless and persons at risk for homelessness to gain access to much needed services. The events were provided critical services free of charge, including COVID testing, meals, vaccination and mitigation education, primary care, medical evaluations, clean clothing, benefit enrollment, individualized personal care, and distribution of wellness kits. There were volunteers to help individuals establish linkages to service providers for continued engagement post-event and establishment. The VI Department of Human Services offered MAP and SNAP enrollment. Medical services were provided by the Virgin Islands Department of Health and FedExed Healthcare. In conjunction with PHC, partner agencies established the Disaster Registry of Unsheltered Homeless. The registry serves to ensure unsheltered homeless are identified for access to services pre-disaster, during, and post-disaster. Approximately 211 individuals participated in PhD across the territory. Bill number 34-016. The bill appropriates $325,000 from the Community Facility Trust to DHS as a grant to the collective collaboration for the purpose of supporting the refurbishment of 40B Company Street and the program collective collaboration. And I just stuck in here what the VI code for Title II and subsection 29 as far as what is required. We are in support of the bill, which supports the gap in providing overnight shelter for our homeless population. As far as the economic and advantage impact, the refurbishment effort for 40B Company Street in Christiansted would not only support the revitalization of a section of Christiantown that is known for drug and vagrant and violent activity. Collective collaboration, currently housed at 33 Company Street, seems to have a positive impact on the immediate area, which is close to the proposed site for refurbishment. The town of Christiansted will benefit from a shelter location available so unsheltered homeless persons can have access to assistance. It is DHS's understanding that collective collaboration intends to expand their services at the site to include overnight shelter, transitional and permanent supportive housing to meet the needs of the clients who come for the site for assistance. The proposed funding will definitely meet a step towards meeting that goal. Director Tutine had the unique opportunity to directly talk with current collective collaboration clients served, and they're grateful for services as well as support and encouragement they receive daily. It's my recommendation for the collective collaboration team to report to the body in more detail of the services that they currently offer. Recommendations to bill number 34-0176. I would also recommend an architectural and engineering assessment of the current location to ensure the safety of the clients and staff, as well as ensuring the building is in proper zone. There needs to be an established timeline that collective collaboration must adhere to and identify tasks and phases with the completion dates. The assurances that collective collaboration will maintain required documentation for the completion of scope of work and financial expenses. In conclusion, Chairman Vialet, the last several years, not only months, have been very difficult for our Virgin Islanders and especially our DHS team and the constituents we serve. The impact of COVID on our daily lives, like collective collaboration during the very height of it, but especially our department as we serve the most vulnerable, especially in a state of an emergency. I'm proud that the pandemic has not diminished the passions, professionalism, and provisions of services to our community. We ask that the Virgin Islands community truly appreciate the services, and I take a moment to thank our team for their dedicated frontline services to you, your children, your parents, your family members, etc. With the continued support of my executive branch colleagues, members of this legislative body, Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, DHS will continue to be committed to working together to make a difference for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you. This concludes my testimony, and both myself and Director Tutine are available to answer any questions you may have regarding this topic area.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to read Director O'Neill's testimony into the record. You may proceed.
Testimony of Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget to the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Chairman. Good day, Chairman Kurt Vialet and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and while I am unable to appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0176, an act appropriating $325,000 from the Community Facility Trust Fund to the General Fund for the purpose of supporting the refurbishment of number 33 Company Street, Christiansted, and the program objectives of the Collective Collaboration, Inc., and requiring that the Collective Collaboration, Inc. comply with the financial disclosure requirements under 2 VIC subsection 29, I did want to take the opportunity to place my comments on the record. As you are aware, the Community Facility Trust Account was established for the development, operations, and maintenance of community or sports
able to
facilities
get it up?
or urban development projects, namely on the island of St. Croix. This bill seeks to provide funding to repair and refurbish the Collective Collaboration Inc.'s location at number 33 Company Street, Christiansted, in support of its efforts to address homelessness on the island of St. Croix. Given that there is sufficient funding available and the intended use outlined in Bill number 34-0176 aligns with the purposes of this fund, along with having approval from from Governor Bryan, I have no objections to the funding for this proposed legislation. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony. If further clarity is needed or there are any questions, please reach out to me at your or this committee's convenience. Thank you for the opportunity to express support for this initiative. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Director O'Neill's testimony.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And the fund in that particular request is, the balance in that particular fund is almost $7 million. So there's more than enough money to fund this particular measure. Ms. Dickinson, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senators, listening audience, faculty and staff at the legislature, and the public at large. I want to first thank the individuals I serve for allowing me to sit before you and champion their cause. They are the disrespected, disregarded, and unimportant individuals in our small community. I want to thank Senator Francis, co-sponsor Senator Veale and Johnson, for seeing what we have done and will continue to do. My name is Karen Dickinson, founder and president of the Collective Collaboration, Inc. The Collective Collaboration is an adult mental health and homeless program established in 2020 that provides meals, shower, laundry, shelter, and total wraparound service. Since our inception, we have provided more than 60,000 meals, housed more than 150 individuals in our current shelter, placed more than 30 individuals in apartment, and reunited over 35 individuals back to the mainland, to families or institution. Sent 3 individuals to the mainland for rehabilitation treatment, and assisted countless individuals in obtaining legal documents, i.e. birth certificate and stuff, worldwide, because we have to go and get these certificates for any individual who come into our facility. As a self-funded grassroots organization, I sit here proud of the accomplishment that we have achieved as we enter our second year anniversary. I would be remiss if the community was not mentioned, and my lovely team of volunteers, as they have played a huge role in our progress. Senators, I sit before you with a heavy heart for the people I serve. They're my people. They're our people. The plight of homelessness and mental health in our small community as such should not be at this crisis level. We're in crisis, and no one seems to care. The necessary resources to address the problem is nowhere in sight. Politicians continue to use my family as a fundamental of their campaign, and after election, they become the visible invisible. I ask everyone here, now TCCI, the Collective Collaboration, continue to do their part in impacting our community and empowering individuals. My family is no different than yours. They're not requesting a lot. They're not. A simple meal, a safe place to rest, and people to care and provide support. This is not an easy job. It is not. However, it is a job that I love, as these are my family. I ask everyone here who have a heart to lend your support to this bill. This approval will allow for so many to have a safe space at night, just like you and I and your family. Thank you again for the opportunity to sit in concert and have a dialogue about my family, the less among us. I open for any question. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Dickinson. Colleagues, we're going to go to a round of questioning. Point of information, Senator Noble Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put on record that I think is important for the public who is viewing and listening to this, that in fact, where the Community Facility Trust account comes from. Act 7012, back in 2008, established the Community Facilities Trust account administered by the Public Finance Authority for the development, operations, and maintenance of community and/or sporting facilities or urban development projects on St. Croix and similar facilities on the St. Thomas St. John District, which projects shall be recommended by the governor and subject to the approval by this body. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you
Free. Mr. Chair.
so much, Senator Francis. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. Just very quickly, because I know we discussed this before, but I'm a little unclear. I missed the opening of the bill sponsor. And I looked at the testimony of Mr. Richards. And is this a purchase? Are we using the funds for a purchase, or I'm unclear? So if we could clear that up, I would appreciate it. I see an amendment, but the amendment does not note that as well. So I just need some clarification on exactly what we are intending to do today with this $325,000. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much for that question, Madam President. In fact, this is a public-private partnership, and yes, there's intent to purchase the building, and media do have a photo of that building, but more importantly, that in fact there was some private sector seed money that was provided for this building, the purchase of this building, and again, we are working along with property and procurement to determine the method by which, whether it's going to be a MOU or MOA, to effectuate this issue. For me and colleagues, is the issue that homelessness and behavioral health can't continue to wait. Can't continue to wait. I heard the testimony by Deputy Commissioner Richards, and while I totally agree with him, while we've been at this since 2020, and well before that. And I'll tell you that the amount of individuals that continue to be murdered, in the interim, have been impacted. I believe that again, there is some culpability. If we don't move this measure forward and address the particular issue, the mechanics will certainly work out at the appropriate time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you for your response. I just need clear clarification. I understand and I totally agree with all of your commentary, but I am still unclear as to exactly what we are using these funds for. In full support, I want to make sure we're moving in the right direction as it relates to, the relationship between the funds, where the funds are going and how the funds are going to be used, and how does the government play into that at the end. So I guess we'll collaborate and address that at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. The committee will take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. The monies that will be allocated by this particular bill will allow collective collaboration to be able to purchase the building and also begin the process of refurbishing the building. They have already placed a retainer on the building, so they have paid some monies, and this will allow them to complete the process and to have a permanent home in Christiansted for the homeless and behavioral health population. I hope that answers the question. We're going to go quickly to 3-minute round, and I'm going to begin with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But before I start, the stenographer stated which history is cutting off frequently. It's kind of hard to hear you on this end. She's having issues. We are having issues hearing you on this end.
Okay, so you
Okay,
guys
so
are not
while I
hearing me
speak-
clearly?
No, you're cutting off. We cannot hear. You're cutting off frequently. But nonetheless, I guess while I try to fix that, I'll speak.
Yes,
my
you may
3 minutes.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audience, SAYS staff, central staff. Good morning, testifiers, and thank you for your testimony. Ms. Dickerson,
Okay.
I really do want to applaud what you're trying to accomplish in respect to homelessness, temporary, supportive, and emergency housing. Any type of housing is needed here in the territory. I have several questions quickly though. In respect to this partnership, Mr. Richard, can you tell me, do you know if there's any contract in place, or MOU or lease moving forward in terms of this partnership in order for it to move forward?
Good morning. Good morning, Senator. Repeat your question, please.
Do you know if there's any contract, lease, and or MOUs in place as far as what I'm hearing here this morning?
According to my understanding, there is a contract of sale that has been prepared between collective collaboration and the owner of the subject property. But if you read into our testimony, we suggest a different route to acquire the building. We suggest that the government of the Virgin Islands, through property procurement, acquire the building and lease the building directly to the nonprofit.
Very well. I can agree with that strategy and angle also.
The Committee of Finance will take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Senator Blyden, we're going to continue with you. You were frozen a bit, so we're going to allow you to resume. Are you guys hearing me well in St. Thomas now?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Senator Blyden. Let's see how you come in.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I believe it's important though, that if you can clarify what you stated before I speak, because they said they did not capture anything of what I said over here. But I think it will assist in you clarifying the statement you made before I spoke. I'll appreciate that. For the listening public, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I placed on the record that the monies that are being given to collective collaboration will be utilized to finalize the purchase of the building and to begin the process of refurbishing the building. They have already placed a retainer on the purchase of the building. It's going to be purchased under the nonprofit collective collaboration, and this will allow them to move forward with serving the homeless population on St. Croix. I'm going to.
Thank you so much, Mr.
I'm going to restart your time, so I'll begin. Before I do that, let me see if media, do you have the video? Okay, not yet. So go ahead, Senator Blyden. I will restart your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning again to everyone. When I spoke a while ago, I asked Director Richards in respect to the building if there were a contract in place, any type of MOUs and or lease. And Mr. Richards, what did you state on the record, for the record?
Senator, good morning. I believe that there is a contract for collective collaboration to acquire the building. But in our testimony, it's a position of the Department of Property and Procurement that the GVI acquires the building and leases it to collective collaboration. That's our testimony, the department's testimony, sir.
And I do, as I stated earlier, agree with you in respect to that, because if we are going to be putting money into the building, we should be the one leasing the building. But in addition to that, I also asked in respect to the building being appraised and having A&E assessment done in respect to safety for the individuals who will be occupying the building, number one, and number two, to assure that the 325 is enough purchase in terms of the repairs. And I asked also, do you know if that have been done?
The answer is no, Senator. We have not commissioned on appraisals yet. It will be done post haste. And then a phase one study is always standard in any acquisition or development of any property.
And I know you stated it takes an average of 3 months for those services to be rendered, and I do understand that, but at the same time, I think it's important and critical that we know exactly what we're dealing with before, we put any type of funds toward the project. But I was told there's $7 million in account, so I guess we can always come back to the table. But nonetheless, I would prefer to see it done that way.
1 minute.
I also wanted to commend Ms. Dickerson for the work she has been doing and continue to do on what she's trying to accomplish in terms of transitional, supportive, and emergency housing on the Big Island of St. Croix. But of course, like I stated, that is necessary on all 3 islands. It's critical. We have a crisis at this point, and I do understand the urgency. I do support the initiative, but at the same time, I just want to make sure we are all on the same page and moving in the right direction when it comes to assessment, in my opinion, E&E services, and safety. That's my number one issue, especially being in the field. Safety is number one, despite how urgent we are to get the job done. Safety is critical to any project. So, Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you for the time, and I want to listen to the discussion as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Let me ask one question before we move to the next senator, which will be Senator DeGraff. Under Act number 8474, collective collaboration was granted some $40,000 to continue to do the work that they're doing. Commissioner, have they received those monies? Commissioner Kazi or Mr. Tyne, have they received the $40,000 appropriation?
Good morning. This is Kendall Two-Time Director of Nonprofits and Support Services for the Department of Human Services. No, Senator. Currently, there is no notice of grant award in place with community, collective collaborations to get access to the $40,000 appropriated in the FY 2020 to general fund miscellaneous section.
You're not coming in clear, but the appropriation is directly under the Department of Human Services, Section X of Act 8474.
Yes.
Okay, we also, in FY21 budget, place a similar $40,000 appropriation to collective collaboration, and they also did not receive those monies.
Yes.
We reoccurring and I'm trying to get rid of this echo, so let me take a recess again. This committee stands in recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Before we move to the next senator, Senator Noel Francis, point of information.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put on the record that, in fact, we having a $325,000 conversation in respect to moving this measure forward. And I totally agree that there needs to be due diligence. And anyone that knows me know that I take my bills very seriously and do all of the due diligence that's required. On March 18, 2022, I wrote to Commissioner Thomas asking specifically how measures are needed as well as language needed to fulfill the government's standard for property acquisition. I've yet to hear back from Commissioner Thomas, and of course, I know that he's been experiencing some issues, but this just didn't happen. It's unfortunate that we're having, because I try to avoid this kind of conversation on the floor, and I was hoping to get PMP's position so that we can make sure that the bill is crafted accordingly. We continue to, as a matter of fact, the governor just sent out a press release regarding behavioral health. Everybody know that I've been at the forefront and strong advocacy for moving our behavioral health situation in the community forward. And as hope $3 million, $2 million for the mobile substations. And again, today, we're talking about behavioral health and a homelessness situation. In the conversation and testimony from Commissioner Gomez, she mentioned that the programs continue to face challenges despite $2.8 million being set aside. The programs continue to face challenges. So we're having this conversation today regarding this $325,000 for a program that we know have worked. The facts are there. The support is there. The entities before us have utilized this very same calls to make sure that we're able to get some help to our homeless and behavioral health situation. So, as we contemplate, I just want to strongly encourage my colleagues that, in fact, due diligence was attempted by asking property and procurement exactly what needs to be language so that we can move this measure forward so we don't have continued delayed because the clients, not Karen Dickerson, not Noel Francis, the clients is the one that's being impacted here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator DeGraff, you recognize. Senator DeGraff is in the well. Just give him a second to get his mic up. Go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was just saying you could recognize also Senator Carla Joseph. She's been here, non-committee member. She's been here a little while.
Senator Carla Joseph,
okay,
you recognize.
With this bill, I read the short title of the bill and I read the bill. It was cut and dry. Then we had 3 testifiers from the government, OMB Director, Commissioner of Department of Human Services, Deputy Commissioner of Property and Procurement, 3 government entities. And then the Property and Procurement recommends that we purchase the building and then lease it to the entity. So that threw me for a loop because it isn't for me about a $325,000 note. It's about the way in which we are doing something. And individuals, my colleagues may have had conversations with other individuals and with no answer. I have not. And I'm willing to support it. The homeless, near and dear to me. I have family members who are homeless. But again, it's the way we're doing things for me. I speak for me only. So again, I commend the sponsors for the intent of the bill, but now it's basically the $325,000 is for the purpose of supporting the refurbishment. What is the cost of the refurbishment of the building? Does anyone know? No, probably becoming none of the government entities. Ms. Dickerson, I don't know. Do you know the cost of the refurbishment?
Senator,
of the
good
building?
morning. Thank you,
Good
Senator
morning.
DeGraff, for your question. I think the situation with the bill, like Senator Francis mentioned, there was some due diligence being done. However, this bill is being amended from its original form. And the cost of the building is a purchase building. The cost of the purchase is about $275,000. The amendment will speak language to the adjustment of the bill.
Excuse me, Ms. Dickinson. Mr. Chair, she's going in and out. I didn't hear the cost of the building and anything after that. She's going in and out.
Can you hear me now, Senator?
I can hear you now. Yes, ma'am.
Sure. The cost of the building is $275,000. However, like I mentioned before, the original bill in its original state for the rehabilitation of the original location was $325,000. We proceeded to identify a building that would be more amenable, provide additional services. And we found this building at the tune of, after negotiation, at the tune of $275,000, which we have placed some seed money into the purchase of this building.
Okay, so excuse me. So based on what you're saying, then the $325,000 that we are putting from the Community Facility Trust Fund for the refurbishment of number 33 Company Street, Christiansted, will not be going towards number 3 Company Street, Christiansted. 33 Company Street, Christiansted.
Correct.
You're looking at putting that money towards something else.
Correct.
Okay, that in itself, it becomes a new revelation and again throws a whole different twist on the whole bill. Maybe my colleague wasn't aware of that before, but now again, this has come to light and it poses a completely different process for us to do. And like I say, I stand in support of anything for the homeless, but I can't support this bill. And then even with this new revelation, to support the bill the way it is, and the recommendations from the government entities that testified, especially Deputy Commissioner of Public Procurement, where they spoke of, one avenue. I think we need to relook at this again. We could all get together collectively and make this happen how it should be. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. When the sponsor introduced the bill, he specifically mentioned that there was an amendment and that the amendment would change the property from 33 to 40B. He clearly said that it's not a new revelation. It was stated that the property number would be changed by the amendment. We have looked at the amendment and we realized that we need a technical amendment that says purchase. But Senator DeGraff, go ahead. Recognize Senator DeGraff, Mike. Go ahead. You're saying something. Senator DeGraff, we're not hearing you. Senator DeGraff, Mike, please put it on. Still not hearing you.
No? Okay.
No, go ahead. Say what you were saying. Now we can hear you.
Test it. Yeah, I was just saying again, I apologize because I didn't hear it before. If it wasn't a new revelation, I stand corrected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Before I go to Senator James, I want to put on the record. Recently, this government, without going through even a competitive process, gave $1 million to build a dialysis center in St. Croix, a private dialysis center, $1 million outright. It's not going to be owned by this government. there was discussion as to why wasn't the money given to the hospital and the hospital be able to build a dialysis center and own it. It went on deaf ears. $1.9 million for diabetes outreach. Somebody need to mute the device. $1.9 million for diabetes outreach, given to a new nonprofit, Just Farm. Ms. Dickinson is on the ground working right now for 2 years. For 2 years. But it's a different story. And I really want to say why, but I'm not going to say why. I'll move on to the next senator. Senator Javan James, you recognize.
Yes. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I really don't have much to say as far as asking questions because this bill is straightforward. Do we all have concerns? Yes. But at the end of the day, we know this is only the first bite of the apple. It's going to go to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary where we have a second bite of the apple. So all these concerns and questions that are arising, we could definitely hash out in private. But to sit here and say we don't support this measure, I saw many times where this body forwarded things to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary that needed a lot of work. And when we talk about the homeless population, there's no time to play any games today. So I do stand in support of Bill number 34-0176. As Commissioner Cathy Gomez said in her testimony, I want to make sure I quote her correctly. It was made mention in her testimony that DHS will continue to be committed to working together to make a difference for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I'm hoping and praying that after this hearing, that the executive branch has a sit down with the collaborative. I want to make sure I get it correct. Collective Collaboration Inc. to make sure that we hash it out. And as far as the other statement that was made, a statement was made by the Department of Human Services, and it was made mention that they want to make sure that the building is in proper zone designation. So my question to Property and Procurement, do you think that this bill
You're frozen. Well, Senator, if you can hear us, you're going to have to come back to you. I'm going to move the hearing forward. I'll go back to Senator Javan James. When we get him back up, I'm going to go to Senator Carrion. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to testifiers and viewing and listening audience. And good morning to you, Ms. Dickinson. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I'm fine.
Good. There is no doubt that we have a behavioral health and homeless crisis here in the territory. If we don't act now, it will just continue to increase with inflation's high cost of gas, WAPA, and so many other things that really places a burden on families, and people are homeless for various situations, and we're not getting into that. I really want to commend you for coming back home and for the work that you're doing here in the Virgin Islands. We have a gap, and we know that the government can't do it all. And I really commend for people like yourself who has taken upon yourself to really be that difference and be that change that we want to see, and we need to see more of that. I am in support of this bill. I think we should be giving you much more because you really started this as a grassroots effort, and 2 years coming in, you have really demonstrated your passion and your commitment to these individuals in the community that are less fortunate. And I love the fact how you call them family. And I think we all need to take that responsibility, understand that, see ourselves in each and one of these individuals. It could be us tomorrow. It could be a family member. And we must do something. We must do it now. So I'm, for one, will be in support. I don't see why not. Department of Human Services is in support. OMB, the testimony got from Jennifer O'Neill is in support. This administration is in support, standing behind of it. We have to, of course, as senators, we have to make sure our T's are crossed, and our I's are dotted. Of course, that's our responsibility, and we will do so. I commend the sponsor of the bill, Senator Francis, and those who have co-sponsored the bill. I will be also joining in because we need to do our part. It's a private-public partnership, and we need to support nonprofit organizations that are doing the groundwork here in our territory. So I really don't have much questions at this moment, and thank you once again, Ms. Dickinson, for the work, and your team, because I know you're not doing it alone. You have supporters, you have volunteers, and you have people that have been donating, making this possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Media, can we go back to Senator James Sr. and see if he's available? Senator James?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, for the time. My question was basically simple. I was asking property and procurement based on Commissioner Kasi Gomez's testimony. She was concerned if the building is in its proper zoning designation. So I just wanted to know, can you chime in on that as far as her comments? Property and procurement.
You want me to answer?
Deputy Commissioner Richards, I think that question is for you.
Mr. Chair, objection, point of order. We have a non-committee member sitting in the chair as the point of order.
Point of order, Senator. What is
Yes,
your,
I was
what
saying
is the
we have a
violation of the
non-committee
rules?
member sitting as the chair of the Committee of Finance.
Yeah, I'm a bona fide senator, and the other senator that's in the room at this time was doing the questioning, and the chair stepped out. We're not taking any votes. We're not taking any votes. So all we're doing
the
is
vice chair is
simply.
over here.
So all we're doing
The
is
vice
simply
chair is on this
facilitating
side.
the
Who is
process.
the committee member?
What
The
rule
vice
has
chair
been
is on this
violated,
side.
Senator?
We're in the other chambers. Is the vice chair over here?
Senator,
and there is
Senator DeGraff, what rule has been violated? Very well. I rule you're out of order. Out of order.
You rule.
Senator James, you may
in
proceed.
my committee.
Senator James, you may proceed.
Good morning once again to the people of the U.S. Borderlands. I just simply need one question answered, and that's to Mr. Richards for property and procurement regarding the proper zoning designation for this. And I just want to make it very clear, Senator James do stand in support of Bill number 34, that's 0176. And in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, we can hash out all the differences. So property and procurement, can you please answer that?
Senator James, good morning. At this current moment, I cannot speak to the actual zoning of the subject property, but I could research it and get back to you as soon as possible.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. Like I said, I support the measure. This is a no-brainer, so I am ready for the vote whenever the time is ready. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. As I stated earlier when I asked for my point of inquiry, I am in full support of the concept of this measure because we do know that we have challenges with our homeless community. We have individuals with mental health issues, etc. So when we have individuals in our community who step forward, and we heard of the passionate plea of Ms. Dickinson. Did I get the name right? Yes, Ms. Dickinson. We heard of the passionate plea of Ms. Dickinson. However, it is important for us. I am one that's not easily confused, and I remain confused. I have to be upfront with this. The legislation has a particular location. I'm hearing today that there's a different location. We're hearing about a public-private partnership. I'm not hearing from the Department of Property and Procurement, or rather Department of Human Services, what that public-private partnership is going to look like. And I'm still unclear who owns the property that we are discussing, and what's the proposal to purchase the property based on the recommendation from Mr. Richards. Is it that the government is looking to purchase this property? I am very unclear. So I'm not sure who to ask this question of. Human Services, Department of Property and Procurement, because there's a lot of I think, I believe, etc. But we need clarification. And, you know, I agree that $325,000 is not a lot of money in the grand scheme of a government. However, we have to be careful and mindful of setting precedent. That's the issue that we have before us. That is the concern. And, you know,
1 minute.
I think the chair made mention about $100,000, $1 million being paid out to a nonprofit. That don't mean that we need to continue the wrong here. Our responsibility is accountability and oversight. So if that happened in the executive branch, that has nothing to do with this legislative body. So we can't continue the wrongs. So I just need Human Services and Property and Procurement to answer my broad questions that I asked, because I am very unclear about this particular measure. And again, I do support the measure. Commissioner Gomez.
Good afternoon. I will defer to property procurement as that was stated on their testimony. I also expressed the same concerns just regarding who owns the building, et cetera.
Yeah. Property and Procurement was already clear that they don't. Do you know who owns the building, Mr. Richards?
Senator, no, I do not. Not currently.
So that's the issue. We are having a circular conversation, and we are trying to justify our circular conversations because we are leaning into the emotions of our community. Let's do the thing the right way. The money is not the issue. Let's do it the right way, colleagues. Please, let's do it the right way. Let's not try to pit one against the other on this particular matter. It's not necessary. All it requires is for us to do things the right way. Whoever wants to do things the wrong way outside of this institution, that's on them. But we are looked at very differently, and all of us know this. So that don't make it right. I don't have any other further comment. Once we get this, and they talk about moving it to rules and getting it right there, we need a lease. We need a whatever it is that we need to do. That's what needs to happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Sorrow, you recognize. Point of inquiry, Senator Noble Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Deputy Commissioner Richards, were you able to locate the correspondence that was sent to Commissioner Thomas on March the 18th in regards to this subject matter?
Yes, Senator, I was.
Very well. Did you find a response at that time in regards to the questions that was asked about processes?
Senator, the email was sent. I personally, Vincent Richards, personally take responsibility for not responding to your inquiry in a timely manner, Senator.
How long, point of inquiry again, how long will it take for the process that you have suggested in respect to the government purchasing this building and then leasing it to collective collaboration?
Senator, I believe we can have it done in 60 to 90 days, Senator.
I beg to differ, but I appreciate your response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Go ahead, Mr. Richards.
Senator, you're talking about a purchase, or you're talking about having a lease done, Senator?
The entire process.
Senator, if it's a matter of the lease, we can get a lease done and to you within 60 to 90 days. When it comes to purchase, there are gremlins that could be hidden when it comes to title. That becomes a question mark in terms of the time to do a purchase. if you have two willing parties and there's free and clear title, you know, I would rather not put a time limit on it.
The senator made the request on March 18th, so the 18th of this month is going to be 90 days, and he has not received a response in reference to the path moving forward.
Senator, I, Vincent Richards, take responsibility for not responding in a timely manner to Senator Francis.
Senator, sorry, you recognize.
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph. Go
Ville.
ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you kindly. A pleasant good day to everyone. This is a very important discussion, and I wanted to ask Ms. Dickinson, because I know we've been skirting around it. Ms. Dickinson, I want to applaud you for your efforts in homeless in the island of St. Croix. Now, kindly indicate to us who is the owner of the property, because you mentioned you have some
let her answer the question,
contract
Senator.
for sale.
Let her
So,
answer the
point
question.
of inquiry.
Yes, you asked a direct question, so let her answer. Ms. Dickinson?
By
Into the mic. Speak into the mic.
the building is owned by a local citizen. That's who the building is owned by. And so initially, when I went to purchase the building and we had whatever was going on with the initial written proposal, then we went to move forward to owning the
Mr.
building.
Chairman, I'm so sorry, Ms. Dickinson. Mr. Chairman, I believe I asked a very specific question. Who is the owner of the building? That's what I asked.
Currently,
Yes.
the building is owned by the seller. It's a family, and I don't want to mention the name, but it's a private owner. We're in contract with this owner currently.
The economy will take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Senator Joseph just asked a question in reference to the ownership. Ms. Dickerson was not sure as to whether or not she could disclose. I did call the counsel, the legal counsel who is working on the particular transaction. The building is owned by the Perez family. A retainer has been placed on the building, and there is a contract that has been drafted for the purchase of the building. Senator Sarro, you're up next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Dickinson, were you able to answer the previous senator's question as to the owner of the building?
Yes, as Senator Viale just answered. However, Senator Joseph, let me be clear.
No, just answer Senator Sarro.
Hold on, Ms.
You can't go
Dickinson,
back.
it's my time, so
Oh, sorry,
I guess you could speak to Senator
No,
Joseph.
so
Okay, hold a second. Let's go back. Let me just start over. So with this, what is it called? Collective. What's the organization again? Collective Collaboration. Do you have the proper documentation, licenses, and approval?
Yes, I
to
do.
house and shelter individuals?
Yes, I do.
So it's up to date.
Yes, it is.
Human Services, is that correct?
Kendall Tutine, Department of Human Services, Director of Nonprofits and Support Services. At this time, I do not have all of the updated documentation on file.
Okay. So you're lacking documentation from Collective Collaboration, correct?
Correct.
All right. How many beds? How long has the documentation been outstanding?
In looking at the documentation that I have on file, I'm in need of an updated, let's see, I would say just a couple of months. I put out requests to other nonprofits who need to provide additional updated documentation, and I'm waiting to receive them.
Okay, so a couple of months. Now, how many beds were approved for this shelter?
Or is that question directed to me or to Ms. Dickinson?
Oh, Ms. Dickinson, both of you guys, actually. Ms. Dickinson, how many beds were approved for this homeless shelter?
Senator Saru, let me answer your question as you pose it to Ms. Tutine. First of all, documentation is offered to an agency when you request grants from them. The Department of Human Service and I don't have any working partnership, so there's no request for documents. The last working partnership we had was way back about 2 years ago, where we have been waiting for some funding, and Ms. Tutine, all your documents was submitted, so there's no updated which I need to give to any agency that we don't have any relationship with. That's number one.
1 minute.
Number two.
Mr. Chair, my time has been. I asked the question and I was unable to get a response. How many beds were you approved? My time was utilized to respond to DHS.
You still have 1 minute left.
Approved by whom?
Did they ask the proposed shelter, how much beds are you proposing at the new facility that's being built, that's going to be built?
It's supposed to be 70 beds.
I'm a little frustrated here because I'm asking questions and I think I speak clearly. I don't need a chair to reinterpret my question. The question was, how many beds do you have? And I didn't need my time to be used to rephrase what I asked. How many individuals do you intend to service at the shelter?
Senator, current or the one that the new location that we're speaking of?
The new location that you're seeking to have.
Like I mentioned before, 70.
So 70 beds, 70 people. And what wraparound services do you intend to offer?
We provide total wraparound for the individuals. It's life skill, therapy, housing, and all other wraparound services to assist clients to reach to a sense of normalcy.
Okay, so currently what you're doing now, do you have like mental health professionals on board? How many staff do you have? What does it look like?
We don't have staff, we have volunteers. Everybody that's there is volunteer. We have a core of 5 steady volunteers. Everything else is sent out to services that is already being used in the community. So for the health issue, they will work with Fredericksdale Health Center. Therapy, they will go out to Island Therapy and other therapeutical institution.
Time.
Okay, so if Mr. Chair may I ask just one more follow-up, please, if you don't mind.
Yes, you may conclude.
Okay, so if you have like somebody with substance abuse, what are your volunteers doing? And I'm just trying to understand the structure. Your volunteers would be the facilitator to get that person to the professional help needed. What does that look like with this? I'm really concerned about the wraparound services and the response. So homelessness, substance abuse, how do you get that person
So
help?
a dual
What does that look
diagnosed
like?
individual who comes into our shelter, we would provide them with the necessary linkage to services that is already being provided. So a dual diagnosed individual, i.e. substance abuse, we will try to put them into the rehab program, or we'll send them to the 12-step program where they attend and be accountable for that program and return with that documentation to us.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just have a few questions to ask relative to this bill. Kindly indicate to us, Ms. Dickerson, if you have already conducted an appraisal of the property to appraise the value, because you already under contract for sale for the property, to purchase actually the property.
Yes.
How much was it appraised at?
I didn't get back the information. The attorney has all of that at his office.
So you don't, would you be able to provide the committee the current appraisal value of the property? Because we are considering granting you some funding to purchase this property, and that would definitely help us in our deliberation. So Mr. Chairman, I will ask that Ms. Dickerson provide us with the appraised value of the property being considered today. Additionally, Ms. Dickerson, I really want to applaud you, because I have been out there with homeless and doing homeless count, served young people who were homeless throughout the years. So I know about the wonderful work that you and your team are performing, especially in the island of St. Croix. So I really want to applaud you on that. Now, my next question will go towards the Department of Human Services. I know one of our previous senator mentioned the amount of monies that were allocated in fiscal year 2022 budget for this organization that we are considering purchasing this property for. Kindly indicate to us whether they have actually applied to get those money. Did they send in the requisite documentation to apply so you can pull down and issue a check? I just had a quick conversation with another commissioner here for organization. So kindly indicate that to us.
Kendall Two-Time, Director of Nonprofits and Support Services, Department of Human Services. Notification was sent out in November of 2021 regarding the appropriation from the general fund miscellaneous section to all nonprofits who are awarded funding. And in that email, it was indicated the types of documents that would be required in preparation for the notice of grant award. I did not receive a response from Ms. Dickinson regarding the notification of the funding, the $40,000 that was appropriated for FY 2022. So at this point, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so
Time.
Mr. Tyne, you are alerting us that even though we have appropriated monies to this organization, they have not fulfilled their due diligence in supplying that information. Is that correct, what you're representing today?
At this point, yes. Once I receive the documentation, I can move forward with, putting the notice of grant award in place and getting it executed.
So I have some concern relative to this public-private partnership that is being talked about here today, because we're seeing that
Senator,
there is
go
some
ahead and wrap
type
it
of
up.
disconnect. Mr. Chairman, did I finish? Was my time called?
About 45 seconds ago, so you can just wrap up.
You're being so generous. Thank you kindly. I just wanted to say I do have some concerns regarding this bill, and I really applaud the sponsor because he's trying his very best to address a really critical issue in our community. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Francis, you're
Point of
recognized.
inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Point of inquiry, Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ran out of time, but I wanted to know, when I asked a question about the staff, Ms. Dickens said that she had volunteers. I think it was 5 volunteers. So how does that work when you have people that are housed in overnight? You need clinicians, psychiatrists, psychologists, security. And then when I asked about how these services will be procured, I was told that the volunteers will assign them to our next agency for the proper help. So the first part is, how does your staffing look? And 2, do you have any MOUs with any other agencies to assist with the wraparound services needed for this to really be successful?
Senator Saru, thank you for your question. And let me say this. When I came St. Croix in 2020, I did my due diligence to meet with everyone for us to have a program in place so that everyone could be a part of this. It's been very dismissive and disrespectful. Every dollar that is spent in this organization outside of the monies that the community provide, it's Karen Dickinson's money, my personal money. So the service that we provide, we're a shelter, we provide wraparound service. I am not reinventing the wheel. I haven't no MOU with anyone. We just make great community connection with the services in the community that is for all. So we continue to piggyback on that and provide the support to the individuals to make sure that the service that is needed for the day-to-day living is given. The volunteers that I have is a core we have a core volunteer, and we have others that's coming. I do the overnight, or one of the volunteers would do the overnight. For the last 2 years, we haven't had an infraction, and we work well with each other because the place that they call home is just that home. Everyone works together. Let me say this, and I need to make my statement clear. The information that Ms. Kendall Tutine is given to this body, it's wrong. After the first appropriation for $40,000 was given, and Ms. Kendall Tutine has been copying and pasting that contract that was not identified for the collective collaboration for 8 months, it finally got corrected, and it was sent in. Everything was sent in that was requested, and payment was not sent. When we had the meeting here with Senator Francis and Senator Veale, the question was asked, was the money appropriated? When Ms. Tutine stated that she didn't complete the documents because all the entities did not come in. Ms. Saru and the body here, Karen Dickinson don't have the time of the government. So we move forward as a grassroots, and we do what we have to do to make sure that there's a safe space and that the work is being done for the individuals who need that.
Okay, Ms. Dickinson, thank you so much.
Chair, I asked a point, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I asked for a point of inquiry, and we would not have allowed this for any other testifier, truth be told. I asked
allow
for point of inquiry.
the point of
And my
inquiry.
point of inquiry, it wasn't even responded to. It went back to Ms. Tutime, but I was asking about the setup. What does it look like? 5 volunteers, paid staff, overnighting, MOU with agencies. What does that look like?
And the testifier answered that they're volunteers and they are working to the best of their ability, and then went on to explain or try to verify the statements that were made by Mr. Tyne in reference to the nonprofit. But I'll go to the bill sponsor, Senator Francis. You recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. We continue to throw daggers at an individual that's out there doing their work. We have people in cushy jobs that get paid every 2 weeks. I have visited this site. I have been in the town of Christiansted and see the difference. I have been to the bakery and saw these individuals that we continue to call invisible individuals work and collaborate with Ms. Dickerson. The volunteers, the individuals in the private sector that continue to support this entity is amazing. Again, taking away the responsibility of this government from there. I am truly not discouraged today. Apparently, my colleagues have information that they're not sharing with me because I can't seem to understand where this conversation is headed. I wrote to the Department of Property and Procurement March 18th just so that I could be able to get the information to move forward. The cricket team going to be on later on today. I wrote to the Virgin Islands Police Department asking for the NYPD to come down and participate in a cricket league. No response. We follow up, follow up, follow up. My colleagues are acting like they don't know that a lot of times getting the information from the central government is like pulling teeth. I'm not discouraged. I'll continue to do my part and do the heavy lifting that's required, as I've done with the EMS and fire merger, that I've done with the behavioral health bill. I will take the bull by the horn and do what I need to do to make sure that we're dealing with those individuals, the undesirables, the unfortunates in our community. All of us are just an episode away from going over to that dark side.
1 minute.
And we scorn them. We're ready to throw daggers at the face. Ms. Dickerson is not the face of the problem here. The problem is not only on St. Croix. I saw the amazing collaboration in my St. Thomas chambers because we want to DOA this bill. That's fine. That's fine. Who's going to take care of those individuals in our town area? Who's going to take care of our homeless? Who going to take care of our behavioral health issue? Who gets the call at 2 o'clock in the morning to come? From the Virgin Islands Police Department, from the Department of Health, from Human Services, from the courts. They can't call none of us. Defense attorney, everybody calling Karen Dickerson, Baba, to come and help. Let us work together to address the issues so that we can fix this problem in our community. We have given this government millions and millions of dollars to address this problem, to no avail. $3 million to Honest Hope, $2 million for mobile substation that's parked, a clubhouse that ain't open. Our homeless are impacting our business community. And guess what? We're finding them in the trash can, dead. We find them in the highly mutilated individuals within shortcuts, murdered. We have culpability here, colleagues. This is not about you and I. This is not about Karen. Let's do what we can to bring some semblance of order to this problem that we're facing. Whatever it needs. If Property and Procurement want to buy the building and lease it, so be it. I asked them that several months ago. Let's do that.
Time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Noble. Francis, Senator Gregory, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of information. I don't believe that any of us in the chamber here on this end of the Virgin Islands has any intention to DOA this very, very critical and important measure. I think the ask that we have here today is that we diligently do this the right way, so there'll be no misunderstanding as we obligate this $325,000. That's the only ask. Do it the right way, because we have to remind ourselves about setting precedent. Remember, we are not going to sit in this institution infinitum. There are those that will come after us. And those that come after us have to know that when we were here, we did our due diligence to do the right thing. So yes, we're trying to do the right thing, but there's no intention of any DOA here this afternoon. So that narrative, I'm not going to sit here and entertain that narrative, because that's not who I am.
Thank you.
We need to do this the right way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, I don't know how else to get the information from the central government. I requested the information. I called and I called and I met and I met. This is not the first time we have had this discussion. How else am I supposed to have this information? The fallout have to happen here in the legislature for us to be able to get that information? Unacceptable.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Commissioner Kazi, do you utilize collective collaboration at all? Or individuals sent to collective collaboration?
When you say refer to collective collaboration,
Has collective collaboration been
Commissioner.
called or utilized to deal with clients?
I will defer to Ms. Tutine as far as I know.
Ms. Tutine, has the collective collaboration been utilized by the government of the Virgin Islands?
Not Kendall Tutine, Director of Nonprofits and Support Services, Department of Human Services. I have not made any referrals to collective collaboration. Most of the referrals that I make are for sheltering. And it was my understanding that under the Notice of Grant Award Scope of Services, collective collaborations was a drop-in center. A lot of the calls that I get are for persons who need sheltering. So that had not been listed as an entity on my list to refer for overnight sheltering.
To your recollection, has the government of the Virgin Islands utilized collective collaboration, whether it's the Office of the Administrator or any other government entity? Do you know of them utilizing collective collaboration?
I know that other nonprofits have referred persons to collective collaborations. Women's Coalition has done it. Catholic Charities, I think, has also referred people to their site for services. So, I mean, it's not just about a government agency referring. I do know that nonprofits have collaborated with her and sent clients to her way. And she has also collaborated with other entities like St. Croix Mission Outreach to assist with placement off island or getting tickets for people to leave the island. So there is collaboration between the nonprofits based on what I'm being told from the nonprofits.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your answer.
Okay. And Senator Viola, if I may, I'd like to make a clarifying statement to something that Ms. Dickinson had said earlier, if it's allowed.
What I would like us to do is I'm going to give you a call or the sponsor of the bill, and we're going to clear up
Yes.
all the issues in reference to the paperwork so that we can be clear as to exactly what you have and what is required so that we can get the process going.
Thank you.
When you're looking at that homeless population in St. Croix, and especially in the town of Christiansted, you're able to see the difference that collective collaboration have made. You're able to see it very, very easily when you drive to the site where they're located at right now, and you see a number of that population sitting there quite comfortable, getting the services, not ranting and raving like they do on a regular basis through the streets of Christiansted. You see a difference. And a number of the business owners in Christiansted and professionals have called collective collaboration on a regular basis to deal with the homeless population. So I guess by being here and seeing it every day, you have a totally different viewpoint. I just saw Ms. Dickerson, I think it was late last week, and there was this older homeless guy that was sleeping on the street by Thomas Bakery. And I went into Thomas Bakery, and by the time I came back out, he was in the back of her truck smiling. So she had picked him up off the street and was carrying him back to the shelter. Is everything a conventional? Nah, it's not. Does she have a conventional approach? No. But she has an approach where I've seen her be able to go up to that homeless population that's ranting and raving, get them calmed down, and get them into her vehicle and get them to get some help. A number of individuals, they have been able to return back to their home. A number of individuals from the states that were on the boardwalk, were in bad condition. She picked them up, she cleaned them up, jumped on a plane with them and returned them to their families. So I've seen the positive. All this stuff we need to work on here. But overall, it is a process that we need to sit down and come to some agreement, and Human Services definitely need to establish a MOU with collective collaboration so that we can continue to help this particular population. But we have testified longer than I expected on this bill. Point of inquiry to Ms. Tutine, Senator Francis.
Ms. Tutine, how are you supporting and assisting the nonprofit organization in being able to complete their paperwork? I mean, a lot of those nonprofit organizations is 1- and 2-man shows. And, you know, how are we supporting them? Because they're the worker bees and still required to do this due diligence in terms of the reporting. While we're paying Ernest and Young and all kind of other people, you know, is there any support or assistance that could be rendered in being able to make sure that those individual nonprofits are in compliance with the required updated documentation you spoke about?
Thank you for the question, Senator Francis. Kendall Tutine, Department of Human Services, Director of Nonprofits and Support Services. There is a lot of paperwork that's required for nonprofits to get access to any type of public funding, whether it's federal funding or state funding, which is what I'm responsible for overseeing here in the territory. As regulations and rules come up, I notify the nonprofits of what is required and assist them in providing them with information on how to gain access. SAMS.gov, that was a new one that was included as a requirement for any business in the territory to be in agreement or have an agreement with the local government. I was able to provide training, I provided support documentation, pulled down from the SAMS.gov website. So I'm a one-man show myself, and if I have 29 sub-grantees, some have more administrative capacity than others. So I am available and have been available to assist. I can't go on a website and apply for them, but I can at least provide them with the information that they need to go and do that.
Thank you.
And just to piggyback on this question that you're asking me, again, I am one person in one department, and I have over 30 plus years of business experience in running a nonprofit. And
thank you, Mr. Tutine.
So I'm available to provide experience and support to them.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tutine. Before I go to the point of information, and then I'm going to let the testifiers conclude so we can vote on this bill. The Committee of Finance and the 34th Legislature funded over 100 vacant positions in human services this budget cycle. So if there's a need for individuals to be hired, we provided the funding already. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Yeah, point of inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on what Ms. Tutine just spoke to in terms of the amount of paperwork, etc. Ms. Dickinson, do you have a board for your non-for-profit?
Yes,
because
I do.
I work with many non-for-profits, and when they have a board, it really assists them with the paperwork and assisted in many other areas. So my question is to Ms. Dickinson, do you have a board?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much, Mr. Chair.
so much. I'm going to allow everyone to put a closing statement on the record. I'm going to time it so nobody don't go too long. So no more than 30 seconds. Mr. Vince Richards.
Good morning, good afternoon. I'd just like to say thank you for allowing us to give our input on this bill. The PP stands ready to collaborate with the VA legislature and Collective Collaboration Inc. to get this this done on this specific property, as well as the other properties that we've been discussing with them as well going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richards. And just try to answer Senator Francis' request. He's still waiting. Don't let it hit the 90-day mark, and then we can move forward. Ms. Commissioner Kazi Gomez.
There's still a little bit of an echo. Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you again to provide testimony today on this important.
We have
passionate.
we have a bad feedback coming from you.
Mic check.
Yes, go ahead now.
Okay. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I definitely think that we need the services for this population. I'm appreciative of Ms. Dickinson's efforts because I have also seen it. And so I look forward to working together. However it works, a lot of times it's mostly the nonprofit agencies. The money flows through the legislature either through miscellaneous or crisis. It comes to DHS, and that's how we manage it. We want to make sure that everybody is held accountable for the funds that are giving. And I know the legislature always asks us for reports. And so for us to give reports to you, I need them from the nonprofit agencies. So that's what Kendall, Ms. Tutine is in for her. So I look forward to the discussion, the aftermath of this, and making sure that we get everything situated with collective collaboration to move forward. So thank you again for your time today, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Dickinson, closing statement on the record, please.
Thank you, senators, for the opportunity to sit here in concert and have this dialogue. For the people that I care so much about, the people that I call my family, I wish everyone could open their heart and open their minds and look beyond Karen Dickinson and see the work that we're doing and the people that need the services in our community. I ask that they support this bill, and whatever needs to be hashed out, will do so in its time and its place. And again, I thank you for the time for sitting here to represent the individuals who are not represented. And I thank you for this day and this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dickinson. Thank you, colleagues, for your probing questions. We're going to take a vote on this particular measure now. Do I hear an amendment? Amendment, Senator Carrion.
I move to offer amendment number 34-415 to Bill 34-0176, offered by Senator Noel E. Francis Jr. Bill number 34-0175 is amended in the following instances. A, whereas clauses 5 and 6 on page 2, line 1 through 4 are stricken, and B, section 1 is amended on page 2 by 1, striking on line 17, 2021, and inserting 2022, and striking general fund and inserting Department of Human Services. 2, striking on line 18, the, before collective, and inserting to be used by. 3, striking on line 19, 33, and inserting 40 B, and 4, revising the title and bill summary to reflect the foregoing amendments. I so move.
Second by Javon.
Motion made by Senator Carrion, seconded by Senator James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
No.
Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
No.
Senator Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Saru, not voting. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. The Committee of Finance will take a 2-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the second item on the block?
Bill number 34-0167, an act amending Act number 8473, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to a $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to provide for a grant of that sum to the Twin City Cricket Association for the development of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, St. Croix Cricket Field, and providing for other related purposes, proposed by Senators Kurt A. Vialet and Javon E. James Jr.
Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Invited testifiers: Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement; Calvert M. White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation; Marcellin Lockhart, President, Twin City Cricket Association.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who will speak to this particular bill? Senator James, you're going to be recognized. Senator James?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Vialet. Chairman Vialet, hearing an echo.
Okay, let's see if we can get that echo cleared up. I don't know if it's sounding back. If we can get them turn off the other mics in the St. Thomas chambers. Try now again, Senator James.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon once again, Chairman and colleagues. I offer Bill number 34-0167, an act amending Act number 8473, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to a $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to provide for a grant of that sum to the Twin City Cricket Association for the development of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation St. Croix Cricket Field and providing for other related purposes, proposed by Senators Kurt Vialet and myself, Senator Javon James Sr. I just want to say, colleagues, I'm asking you to support this measure. As you know, we offered this appropriation in the supplemental budget for the fiscal year 2022. And as a result of, ever since passing that act or that budget appropriation, we found it fitting to make some adjustments and amendments to the act. I want to publicly thank the Twin City Cricket Association for coming forward to the government of the Virgin Islands and asking for a public-private partnership so we can bring sports tourism to the not just St. Croix, but to benefit the entire U.S. Virgin Islands. As you know, we also have cricket players and teams in the district of St. Thomas, St. John. Colleagues, I'm asking you to ask the necessary questions to the Twin City Cricket Association so we can make sure that we move forward with this project. And lastly, I want to say a special thank you to Chairman Vialet of the Committee on Finance for making sure that this went through. It has been over 2 to 3 years. Myself, the Office of Senator Javon James, have been working with the Twin City Cricket Association to make sure that this public-private partnership goes through. This is a win-win for the U.S. Virgin Islands, and as we all know, as we speak about our project here on St. Croix, I think it was made mention that St. Thomas will be doing their part. So no need to pit each other against each other for this project. It's a well-needed project, and we look forward to seeing this come into fruition. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James, as one of the primary sponsors of this bill. The vision is that we establish a cricket stadium on St. Croix with the intent of being able to attract 2020 tournaments to this island, which would be a tremendous boost for sports tourism. Yesterday, I had the honor of attending the soccer game at the State Bethlehem on the United States Virgin Islands versus Turks and Caicos. And the game was rampant. There was a real nice turnout. And yesterday was the first win to the United States Virgin Islands on our home field. This is the first since the home field have opened, so it was a tremendous day. Our players were very excited, and it was just a pleasure for me to be in the stand and all nationalities who live in the Virgin Islands literally just shouting USVI, USVI, USVI. It was a really, really good feeling, and we won the game in the last minutes. You know, so I am looking forward to us being able to create something similar with cricket. It is it's very known that the Virgin Islands have a large population from the Eastern Caribbean, and that population in St. Croix plays cricket at numerous venues. And it is time for us to move to the next level and to bring cricket directly into the fold of the Virgin Islands by being able to have a stadium where we can really showcase what is taking place. I think we had, I know Mr. Galloway is here. He was the coach. I think we had a national team that traveled recently, or I don't know if it was St. Croix or national, but I know it was one or the other. And that traveled recently. I guess I'll have a chance to ask you how they did, you know. But we want to definitely market this Virgin Islands product when it comes to cricket. So this is a wonderful opportunity. The stadium is going to be owned by the government of the Virgin Islands. It's going to be leased to the Twin City Cricket Association, but they are going to be the builder, similar to what we have done with the car racetrack, the exact same, and similar to what has taken place at, going to take place at the horse racetrack, where the facility is still actually owned by the government of the Virgin Islands. So I'm going to allow those individuals to put the name and title on the record, beginning with the Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation. Commissioner?
Afternoon. This is the Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation, and it's Calvert A. White, not M. White.
I didn't say any initial, just Calvert White.
When the reporter announced me, she said Calvert M. White.
Okay, yes, I see that. We'll take it out. Thank you so much. Mr. Richards?
Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Property and Procurement. Good afternoon.
Mr. Lockhart?
Marcelin Lockhart, President of Twin City Cricket Association.
Thank you. We have some testifiers here on St. Croix to support the Twin City Club. Starting from my right, Mr. Lockhart. Mr. Galloway.
Yes, I'm Lennox Galloway, Vice President of Twin City Cricket Association.
Next.
Reno Shaplis, Treasurer of Twin City Cricket Association.
Next.
Chris Bowler, member, Twin City Cricket Association.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to begin with a testimony with Mr. Richards.
Good morning, committee chairman, and bill co-sponsor VLA, Vice Chair Fred Gregory, committee members Senator Blyden, DeGraff, Carrion, and Sarro, bill co-sponsor Senator James, legislative staff, and fellow testifiers. I'm Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Printing and Property Divisions of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I am appearing today on behalf of Commissioner Anthony D. Thomas to offer testimony on Bill number 34-0167, an act amending Act number 8473, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to a $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to provide a grant of the sum of that sum to Twin City Cricket Association for the development of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recs St. Croix Cricket Field and providing for other related purposes. The Department of Property and Procurement understands Bill number 34-0167 will amend Act number 8473 to allow the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to provide a grant of $2,175,000 $500,000 to the Twin Cricket Association for the development of a cricket field at plot number 23, Upper Bethlehem, St. Croix. The bill further requires the Twin City Cricket Association to comply with the financial disclosure requirements of Title II, Section 29 of the Virgin Islands Code, and provides that title to all structures and other improvements attached to the realty be vested in the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation at the termination of the lease between the government of the Virgin Islands and Twin City Cricket Association Incorporated. The department negotiated terms with Twin City Cricket Association Incorporated for the development of a cricket field at number 23 Estate VI Core, formerly known as Upper Bethlehem, which is owned by the government of the Virgin Islands. Therefore, the department supports the intent of this bill, which seeks to provide funding for the development thereof. The department would recommend revisions to Section 4 of the bill, where the title of the improvements would vest only in the government at the conclusion of the lease. Under standard government of the Virgin Islands leases, the proposed lessee provides all improvement at its own cost and expenses and as part of the consideration under the lease. Because of the lessee's pays for the improvements belong to the lessee during the term of the lease, and the title vests in the government when the lease expires. In this proposed structure, however, the government, through the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, will bear the cost of the improvements. Therefore, Section 4 of the bill would be revised so that the title of the improvements will vest in the government from the onset. The department would further recommend that the terms and conditions of Twin City Cricket Association's usage be made subject to a grant award, which would specifically outline the approved uses for the funding and consequences for failure to comply with the terms of the grant. In addition, the Twin City Cricket Association would be responsible for the maintenance of the facility in accordance with the terms of the proposed lease for plot number 23 Estate VI Core, formerly known as Upper Bethlehem, St. Croix. In light of the government's proposed investment, DPP would ask for an annual maintenance plan from Twin City Cricket Association Incorporated to ensure proper ongoing maintenance of the property. The Department of Property and Procurement would strongly recommend a revision to Section 4 that the title of the improvements vest in the government during the term of the lease. This concludes my prepared testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. Commissioner White.
Good afternoon again, Senator. Honorable Kurt A. Vele, Chairman of the Committee of Finance of the 34th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands. Other committee members present, non-committee members present, central staff, listening and viewing audience, good afternoon. I am Calvert White, the Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation. Before you to provide testimony on Bill number 34-0167, an act amending Act number 8472, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to a $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation to provide a grant of that sum to the Twin City Cricket Association for the development of the St. Croix Cricket Field and providing testimony for other related purposes. Great Virgin Islanders such as Lionel Roberts, Sustain Vele, David Canigata, Captain Richard, Raymond Chesterfield, Lionel Smut Richards, and many others have played and contributed to the great game of cricket. Both Jamar Hamilton and Hayden Walsh, two players born in the U.S. Virgin Islands, are currently playing cricket for the Cricket West Indies at the highest level. In the past, the Virgin Islands Cricket Board hosted several cricket tournaments which brought thousands of visitors to our shores. In February 2003, the territory hosted first-class cricket games with the West Indies B playing Guyana at the Parley Joseph Stadium in Frederiksted. First-class cricket is the highest standard international or domestic cricket match that spans a minimum 3-day period. In March of that same year, the Leeward Islands played their first-class cricket game on the island of St. Thomas, where they played Trinidad and Tobago in the 2002-2003 Caribbean Cup. The Adelita Cancrine grounds coincidentally held 5 other first-class matches, with the last played in 2016. World-renowned cricket players Brian Charles Lara, Shivnarine Chandapal, Ramanish Shawan, Dwayne Smith, Fidel Edwards, and Stuart Williams all played competitive first-class cricket in our territory. Sports tourism refers to the travel that involves observing or participating in a sporting activity or event. It is one of the fastest growing sectors of the global tourism economy. It is no secret that I am a strong supporter of sports tourism in the Virgin Islands and all the benefits it can bring to our territory. Sports tourism stimulates the local economy, enhances the image of the territory, and provides outstanding entertainment for locals and tourists. In some instances, it includes opportunity for participation in entertainment, and it contributes to the quality of life for the host country. Direct spending related to the use of sports facilities and services includes visitor and public spending on goods and services, employment opportunities, and tax revenue. There are three elements that contribute to the total impact of visitor spending: direct, indirect, and induced impact. Direct impact relates to the first round effect of visitor spending. Example, hotel, car rentals, restaurant dining, and excursions. The indirect impact is a ripple effect of additional rounds of the recirculation of the initial visitor's dollars. For example, when a visitor spends money at a restaurant, that restaurant spends that money to purchase supplies from local food vendors, further stimulating the economy. Induced impact is an extension of indirect impact, as it is to further effects caused by employees and impacted businesses spending some of their salary and wages in other businesses in our community. An example of the projected earnings for our VI economy: when the St. Thomas Cricket Association hosted the last professional cricket league match on St. Thomas, there was a direct impact of $250,000 on our local economy. The Hero Caribbean Premier League has had several hosts. When the event was hosted in Lauderdale, Florida, its economy benefited from over $12.5 million. St. Kitts and Nevis enjoyed a significant financial boost to their economy of over $22 million, arising from the staging and hosting of the event in 2016, making it the highest beneficiary of that event. In the history of the HCPL, over $102 million in revenue was generated among the 7 host territories. There is no reason why the U.S. Virgin Islands should not be among the list of host territories generating the direct, indirect, and induced impact of these sports tourism dollars on our economy. Currently, the Virgin Islands Cricket Board has entered into a lease agreement to begin the development of a cricket grounds in Estate Nazareth. The Twin City Cricket Association is negotiating its lease agreement for the site in Bethlehem, St. Croix. The cricket grounds in Estate Nazareth is progressing, the pitch is completed, and the final grading before grass can be laid. It's on its way. With investments of this magnitude, we are almost guaranteed a substantial return on investment. The game of cricket has over 2.5 billion fans across the world, coming in second in global fan base only to soccer. The addition of a public cricket pitch will put the Virgin Islands in a position to host Leeward Island cricket tournaments. The number of people around the globe who will either be introduced or reintroduced to the U.S. Virgin Islands because of international coverage will be invaluable. While I support this bill, I ask that additional measures are implemented to ensure its success. For starters, the Twin City Cricket Association should be required to submit a comprehensive plan with clearly defined deliverables to the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation and the Department of Property and Procurement for approval. The comprehensive plan should consist of, but not limited to, drawings of the design of the potential stadium and a maintenance plan outlining maintenance procedures of the facilities and grounds. For transparency and accountability purposes, I also recommend that the funds be appropriated through the Public Finance Authority. DSPR through DPP will then have the ability to issue a notice of grant award to the Twin City Cricket Association in a similar process to the recent appropriation to the Caribbean Drag Racing Association. While the funds appropriated in Bill number 34-0167 speaks to the construction of a cricket facility in St. Croix, keep in mind that the operational budget of the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation will need to reflect the ability to sustain the facility's daily operations, payment of utilities, and other overhead. I am committed to seeing this process through, and I look forward to some exciting cricket matches once the facility is completed on the island of St. Croix. Thank you for listening, and I remain available for answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Lockhart?
Yes, I'm chairman of the Finance Committee, Mr. Vielle, Senator Vielle, as well as the co-sponsor of the bill, Javan James Sr. But even before, and I should say all the other members of the legislature, those who are present as well as those absent, as well as central staff and those people who are listening to this. I'm so happy that I have a few of my colleagues in the chamber providing some level of support. Before I commence with my testimony, I would just like, I heard the Commissioner White just said that the Twin City Cricket Association is still negotiating a lease agreement. I don't believe we are still negotiating at this present moment. It is before the governor, and as the Assistant Commissioner of Property and Procurement did allude to, that there might need to be some changes. By way of introduction, I have to say on St. Croix, USVI, there is no public cricket field to accommodate domestic, regional, or international games. Absence of a proper facility has limited the development of cricket on the island. With the advent of the shorter versions of the sports, namely the T20 games and the T10, cricket is growing in popularity, drawing large crowds and generating revenue for players and host countries. There is need to develop a proper facility in St. Croix to host the 5 teams that are presently participating in our domestic league, as well as the other domestic, regional, and international games. The current parcel of land, plot number 23 at Upper Bethlehem, consisting of 12.3311 acres, need to be upgraded to meet regional and international standards. The Twin City Cricket Association is willing to enter a bill to manage or a bill to lease agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands for the development of cricket on St. Croix. So therefore, we support bill number 34-0167, an act amending act number 8473, section 1, subsection Q3, relating to a 2.175 million appropriation to the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation to provide for a grant of that sum to the Twin City Cricket Association for the development of the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, St. Croix Cricket Field, and providing for other related purposes as proposed by amendments that I will propose. Since the TCCA does not have the financial capital to erect the facility, it is happy to partner with the legislative and executive branches of government to execute the project. The said sum is not going to build a stadium, but it will provide for a level ground, a structure that will have an area for the host and visiting teams, an umpire room, a place for scorers and commentary booth. We are hoping that other such appropriations will move us from a playing field and eventually to a cricket stadium. By way of background, cricket has been played on St. Croix for many, many years. In fact, White made mention of some of those areas, but just to highlight some of those, the upper portion of Canigata Ball Park in Christiansted has hosted the United States Virgin Islands team against Antigua in the 1990s. The Paul E. Joseph Stadium in Frederiksted has hosted St. Vincent and Trinidad touring teams. And a Guyana team played the VI at the Vialco Field. Other sites have been utilized for domestic leagues. Local tournaments have been played at Hovensa property, the present site where the man camp is. At Kennedy, that's west of the Wapa power plant, at Davis Park, which is the current site of the Costules, at Barronsport, the site of the Senior Citizens Home, and at Constantine Grove. But all the time, if you will note, there has never been a home for cricket on St. Croix. At the present, the Twin City Cricket Association, which is the umbrella body representing cricket interests in St. Croix, and an affiliate of the Virgin Islands Cricket Board, uses at rental cost a private ground at Blue Bamboo, which is formerly the new drive-in, at Grove. And we also play at Shang, which is a club managed field. These grounds, though used to accommodate domestic cricket, they do not meet regional standards. And absence of a proper cricket field has limited the development of the sports on the island. Cricket, more so T20 and T10, it is becoming a very exciting sport that draws large crowds and generates revenue for players and the host country. During May 19th to the 22nd of this year, a USVI team participated in the first World Cup T10 tournament hosted by the Council Cricket USA held in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. With all those matches carried live on MAQTV.com. Our 20-member participating team, thanks to private and public sponsorship, spent over $17,000 in hotel accommodation, transportation, and food. There were 12 teams participating. So imagine the economic benefits for hoteliers, taxi and tour operators, and food vendors should St. Croix able to host such tournaments. In fact, I was just checking on their website again, and in October 12 and 16, the council will be hosting an over 40 tournament. St. Croix, in the absence of a proper facility, has hosted a similar type league, namely what we call the Regional Masters Tournament for players over 40 years, with usually about 3 or 4 teams participating. So St. Croix, with a proper facility, would be in a better position to host such tournaments and bring teams from across the US and Caribbean to boost sports tourism. It is worth noting that St. Croix, and by extension the VI, has had cricket representation at the highest level. Commissioner White made mention of some of them. But I just want to say, for example, Roy Marshall, a native of Dominica, once living on St. Croix, he played for the Leeward Islands. Alderman Lesmond also played for the Windward Islands. And as White also mentioned, Hayden Walsh, which is the son of the former Leeward Island all-rounder, now living in St. Thomas. His son that was born in St. Croix is at present playing for the West Indies cricket team. So there is potential for cricket. We can create a market for cricket on St. Croix and St. Thomas. By way of amendments, I would recommend that section 1, line 5 to 6, be revised to read the sum appropriated in the, I think I said 2021, but that should be 2022 supplemental budget. It remains available until expended. And secondly, the last sentence, I would like to insert the words "and support" after direction, because direction infers guidance, support, gives, it infers assistance. So I would like to see that word insert. In summary, with the amendment proposed, I support the bill to provide a grant to the TCCA towards the construction of a cricket field at Bethlehem. There is need to develop a proper facility at St. Croix to foster greater interest and improve talent. There have been attempts to address the lack of a home for cricket. In 2009, there were plans for a lease agreement to develop a parcel of land at Bethlehem, that same parcel of land. This agreement was never consummated because of certain stiff arrangements that a financially constrained association could not meet. Today, thanks to the involvement of Senator Kurt Avieli and Jevan James Sr., through legislative action and interest, as well as the support of Governor Albert Bryan Jr., we are closer to the dream of not only having a home for cricket, but in time a well-developed stadium that will meet regional and international standard. I thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Colleagues, let's go right into a round of questioning. We're going to begin with Senator Blyden, 3 minutes round.
Please. Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may proceed. I'm hearing you now.
Yeah, because I want to mention that the young man just mentioned in terms of what he would like to see in terms of the amendment, but the bill had that language already. Section 1, number 5, the sum remains available until expended. So I want to put that for the record. It's already included in the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, thank you for that. Good afternoon again to all testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I do support this legislation. It basically we appropriate the funds through a different department. Let me ask though, in terms of the sport, cricket, and cricket has always been a sport that has been played throughout the Caribbean and in the Virgin Islands. I remember several years ago, we had a tournament down at Conquering Field. I actually sponsored the trophies and stuff, and it was well attended and a very good competition. We didn't win, but nonetheless, it was a good game. Let me ask Commissioner White. You spoke, and you and Mr. Richard also spoke to a maintenance plan. I think that's a very good idea. It makes sense, an annual maintenance plan. And you also spoke to other deliverables in terms of the drawing, etc., in terms of amending the bill. This question goes to Mr. Lockhart. Mr. Lockhart, do you have any issue with that being done in terms of amending the bill?
Not really. As I said, with the word support, then we can work with the various departments so that they can provide us with the technical way out. We have a few persons on board already, but if it is going to be a partnership, then we can perhaps get that type of support from the property and procurement as well as Parks and Recreation, who those two agencies would definitely have perhaps specialties in that area.
One minute.
Well. And in addition to the agreement, what does it take to become a host territory? Specifically, what will it take?
That's for Lockhart?
Yes, that's for you.
Okay. Well, there are certain standards that the International Cricket Council looks forward to. So there are plans that are generally available. But so in that instance, we would have had to look at those specifications as outlined by the ICC, working in collaboration with the West Indies Cricket Board, so that we could get a full-fledged stadium. So in the initial, what we are hoping, because 2.175 is not going to build a stadium. So when we are developing the drawings to station certain facilities, we want to make sure that it is in keeping with the general architectural design of a stadium.
Time.
Okay, thank you for that. And Commissioner White, in closing, Mr. Chair, can I wrap up?
Yes, you may.
Commissioner White, you spoke to a little bit about Nazareth and the lease agreement, etc. I know we are appropriating $2+ million for St. Croix. Is there anything that's going to be happening in St. Thomas St. John District? Because I know we have been having a lot of inquiries in that respect. So can you speak to that, please?
Calvert White, Commissioner of Sports Park and Recreation. Yes, Senator, the governor is identifying funding for the St. Thomas Cricket Association so that they too can use those funds to build something on the St. Thomas.
Thank you
St.
so
John
much.
District.
And I look forward to lovely cricket in the future. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Commissioner White, the $50,000 the Port Authority gave for the St. Thomas Cricket, was that, did you ever get that money?
I did.
And so they are dealing with that. Okay, what I was trying to figure out is you already have this $2,175,000. Was it already appropriated to the
I think it was
parks?
appropriated in supplemental, but we haven't used anything from it.
Okay, so you have that money.
I would assume we have it.
Okay, so now you are doing a collaboration with the Twin City Cricket Association. Again, we make it clear, I'm in full support of cricket, so I mean 100%. But what I'm trying to figure out is Twin City Cricket Association a construction company? They are who are going to build the cricket pitch? Or are you doing a lease with them that they would operate and run a facility?
Yeah, I think the facility is going to belong to the government of the Virgin Islands with the Twin City Cricket Association having a lease for the property. They are going to run and manage the facility.
Right. So right now, that $2,175,000 is to bill and other services.
Correct.
Right. So it's the government money, the government land. We are leasing it to them through a grant. Do you have a copy of the grant?
We have not issued a notice of grant award to them yet.
Okay. Are they the only entity that's bid for this grant money and they want to bid things like that?
No. So the Twin City Cricket Association, I think this question should have been directed towards them.
Okay.
They are the organization that is going to occupy the facility. Through a grant award, we are going to disperse the funds for them to build this cricket pitch.
1 minute.
I would also add that within the language that some of these funds be used for the A&E services so that they do have funds for the architectural designs for the stadium.
Okay, so as yet they have not provided anything to you thus far?
No, Senator.
Okay, and what in regards to what Deputy Commissioner Richards was saying, in terms of Section 4 that you had a problem with in the bill, could you elaborate on that again one more time for me, please, Deputy Commissioner? Correct.
Elaborate on what, Senator? Repeat the question,
on the Section 4 that you were asking that could be revised, your suggestion for revision of Section 4.
Basically, we just want to make sure that whatever improvements that it's vested in the ownership is vested in the government. Usually during a traditional lease, the lessee owns the improvements during the term of the lease. But we're asking that it be amended, any lease be amended so that the lessee, the Cricket Association, does not own the improvements, that the GVI owns the improvements.
Okay, and again, I don't know if my time being cut. Okay. I would like to commend the sponsors.
You may conclude, Senator. Go ahead.
My final closing question to the Commissioner is, on the St. Thomas end, was money appropriated to Sports Park for building their cricket pitch?
Not as yet, Senator.
As yet, okay. All right. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Listening to the concerns of Mr. Richards, Section 4 of the bill, I'm going to submit an amendment that strikes expiration or termination, or I'll do a technical amendment and replace it with commencement, which will clear up the issue of ownership but the Twin City would have the lease. And I'm also going to submit an amendment that speaks to the development plan and the maintenance plan. This isn't a facility that we're expecting for the government of the Virgin Islands to maintain. We expect that the Twin City Cricket Club will maintain the facility, similar to what has been done with the lease for Randall Dock James Racetrack, where the leasee must maintain the facility, and the same thing for the car racetrack, where they are maintaining the facility. Secondly, the individuals, and I was a primary sponsor of the car race bill, but they were given a grant to build a facility, and they went out and did what they have to do to hire the requisite companies to make sure that the facility is finished. So our cricketers on St. Croix is going to be similar. They're going to be given a grant, and they do have architects who are members of the Cricket Association. They're going to do all the drawings. They have some very preliminary renderings already that I'm sure that they can share. And a number of the individuals that play cricket or go to cricket games in the Virgin Islands, they're contractors. So we're going to have quite a number of individuals with know-how that would be able to make sure that this project move forward. Mr. Chablis, you're a contractor? I'm trying to remember which one of you guys are a contractor.
Bisset.
Bisset is a general contractor, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is he a member of the Cricket Association?
He's a member of the Virgin Islands.
Of the Virgin Islands?
Yes.
I'm speaking to the mic, we don't talk in the
He's the
field
treasurer
louder
of the
than that.
Virgin Islands Cricket Association.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I certainly support this measure that's moving through the committee, and of course, I'm not a member of this committee, but when you get to rules and then the full session, I'll be voting in the affirmative. My father hailing from Antigua, I've grown up with cricket most of my life, especially when my cousin, Richie Richardson, was playing. Certainly I was really tuned into the TV at that time, all right? And I wanted to ask you, though, just two quick questions. Mr. Lockhart, he spoke in his testimony about domestic cricket and regional standards. Can you quickly just talk about what's the difference between those standards?
So if you think of it in its simplest terms, we can play cricket without, or what we would call maybe those, what they call the ports, for example. We don't have a commentary booth, but if you're going to have a regional tournament.
Okay. And my second question is in regards to how do we engage young people?
They would require that you have proper toilet facilities, a commentary booth, an area for scorers, etc. I mean, it has been done mobile before. For example, when Leeward perhaps would have played in Cancrine, they would have had, say, those mobile facilities. But we are looking to have permanent structures.
Okay. And how do we engage young people into the game of cricket? I think that a lot of the players have been there for quite some time. How are we attracting and enticing our young people to get involved in the game? Any one of you could respond to that.
Yes, unfortunately, COVID put a halt to some of the programs that we were running. So for a couple of years, the West Indies, through its Scotiabank program, had the Kiddies Cricket camp that we would do in the summer. We had over past 3 years. But for the last 2 years, we have not done it. And where we've being out in person, that has somehow hindered our program. But it's something that we are seriously looking at.
Also, there was a differentiation made between the Twin City Cricket Club Association as well as the Virgin Islands team. How many such associations do you have right now, if you're aware, plays cricket?
Although you broke up, but I guess you're talking about the various associations within the Virgin Islands. So we have the Twin City Cricket Association, which is the umbrella organization for those currently 5 teams playing. Then there is the St. Thomas Cricket Association. which is responsible for St. Thomas. And then we have the Virgin Islands Cricket Board, which is the parent body for those two associations.
Very well. Thank you again. I stand in full support of this once it moves through the process and gets on to rules, as well as the final session. I will be voting in the affirmative to move this measure forward. It's long overdue, and I really want to see it come to fruition. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Nova Francis. Before I go to the next senator, Senator Carrion, the commissioner named some local Virgin Islands cricketers that played way back, and one of those names was Austin Bailey, which is my great uncle. So perhaps I have a cricket in me or two, or I have to pick up that bat and see how good I am, but it's definitely in the genes. Senator Carrion, get recognized.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon once again to the testifiers. I also rise in support of this bill. Anything we could do to increase sports tourism in the territory is necessary. I think this is a good pathway moving forward. I think it's time that we have a cricket field that is ours and it meets all the standards and requirement. I also would like to see the youth program be reinstalled and having that camp, because we definitely need to get some more young people and children involved more into it. So been willing to collaborate if that's necessary to ensure that you have a section for our young people to get more involved in the cricket field. But I do have a few questions to bring. I do agree with you that there is potential to grow the cricket in the Virgin Islands. Now, the question is, how are you going to accomplish this? How are we going to grow and expand cricket in the Virgin Islands? And do you think we have to wait to have a stadium built in order to begin some of those local programs? Or can we start now? What's the plan in that regard?
Senator, in fact, we're not even talking stadium, because as I said before, we would be far away from a stadium. But a proper facility. I mean, at this present moment, as I said previously, we were able to get a Virgin Islands team to the tournament in the USA. We have had in the past got a team from the Virgin Islands to participate in the Leeward Islands tournament. The absence of a proper facility does hinder the development of cricket in itself. And so maybe if we have a facility that is enclosed, for example, we might be able to raise some much needed funds so that we can run the various grassroots programs. So the West Indies cricket itself has its own development program. So many years, well, a few years ago, we participated in the first level. So in fact, a couple of our coaches, so people like Galloway, would need to finish up on the coaching session so that we can get people like him into the schools, etc. Because West Indies cricket does have specific requirement for you to be able to reach a level 1 and a level 2 coach. So in general, there is a development program. I mean, I have to say, when you come, and I'm not sure if, Senator, you have ever come to drive-in, and I invite you to come to drive-in, you will see the kind of crowds that cricket is attracting. So I believe if we have a better facility, I'm sure we are going to get more, and then we perhaps might be able to get teams from the Caribbean and the United States to participate.
Good. Well, I look forward to that, and I'll take your invitation and come by. I would like to see association, like you said, holding maybe clinics and workshops within the community, so I look forward to hearing that. Now, there was a recommendation that was done by PNP. And do you have any objections to any recommendations done? There was one in particular he mentioned, which is the annual maintenance plan that you all will be responsible for. Did you start to develop that plan to be able to submit to PNP?
Time.
Okay. Senator, before I answer this question, through the chair, I would like to ask Mr. Richard, Deputy Commissioner of Park, if there would, based on the discussion that is taking place, would there be need to make some amendments to the lease agreement?
Through the chair. One minute, Mr. Lockhart. If there's some concerns in reference to the lease, we will set up a meeting for you and Mr. Richards so that you can be able to resolve any issues. Mr. Richards, you wanted to put something on the record?
Senator, can you repeat the question for me? It didn't come through clearly. I apologize.
And I wanted to wrap up.
Let me allow the senator to wrap up first. Senator, carry on, please.
Yeah, I wanted to wrap up with a last question to Ms. Assistant Commissioner Richards. Within the lease agreement and contract, is there an insurance that is required for Twin City Cricket Association to have? And what type of insurance coverage would that be? Because we want to ensure that whatever is built is protected and so forth. So can you please, on the chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Richards?
Senator, there's two types of insurance. There could be one for the facility, and then there could be one for general liability. To speak to general liability, I know we usually require a minimum of $1 million general liability insurance for anybody for anything that happens at the facility. When it comes to property coverage, usually we require as well for there to be peril or coverage on the facility itself that's constructed. Now, when this agreement is amended, or if it's amended to as we request that the improvements would vest with the government of Virgin Islands, we would then add it to our insurance policy and have it covered under our peril
The
insurance
current
coverage.
government insurance.
Correct.
We will be amending the bill based on your concerns to say commencement. So the property is going to be a property that belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands, but is leased to the Twin City Association. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just getting ready to ask the question, so it's a good segue. Deputy Commissioner Richards, are you in negotiations with the association for a lease as we speak?
Are we talking about the Twin City?
Yes, sir.
We completed the negotiations before. A matter of fact.
So where's the status of the lease? It here?
The last I heard, it was at Department of Justice, Senator.
Okay, so you've done, so it's coming through the process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
yes, Senator.
They need to move the lease forward so we can make the decision, because sometimes how it appears is like we are putting the cart before the horse, you know? So we need to make sure that we have our ducks in a row. So, good. One of the questions that I have is whether or not this particular field will meet international standards. And that's for Mr. White, would you know, or Mr. International standards? Anybody? The association representative, I can't recall your name, I'm sorry.
Okay, Senator, as I indicated, it's a working process.
So right now it's no. It's no?
Yes.
Well, at the present moment, we don't have any facility that can accommodate international games.
I see.
So what
okay.
we are saying with an injection.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Understood. I just was asking the question. But let me ask you another question. Are you affiliated with any other internationally recognized organizations?
since the Twin City Cricket Association is a member.
Yes or no? Yes or
Yes.
no?
Yes.
Thank you. What association, who are you associated with?
We would be associated with the West Indies Cricket Board.
West Indies Cricket. That's what I was hoping for you to say. There's
One
only
minute.
one ask that I have here, and that is around, I think one of my colleagues brought it up, and it's such an important truth that, when we look at the sport of cricket in the Virgin Islands, we see that a lot of older individuals, and I think it's important that one of the asks that we should have in this particular measure is that there is a commitment, not only from the St. Croix Association, but also St. Thomas as well, that they would really develop a youth program. So they would work with the youths in both districts to ensure that there is some continuity of the game of cricket in the Virgin Islands, particularly since we are making this investment. It is important that we see continuity. Other than that, I don't have any other questions. Do you have funding that you are providing to support this this project? Are you
Time.
putting anything into the project? That's my last question, Mr. Chair.
The answer is yes.
How much?
I can't give you a definite figure, but we would have, at present, we're in a position to make a contribution of at least $10,000.
Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Senator, point of inquiry, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lockhart, you made reference to this funding would only be able to retrofit the fields or the grounds for the cricket area. What is the cost? Have you done a cost analysis for the stadium? What that looks like?
No, when we developed the project at the initial, we came up with the 2.175 million. Looking at the leveling of the grounds and at least having a structure that would take into consideration, as I said, an area for players, both host and visiting, and to get bleachers. So the other, in terms of erecting the other major components, that could come later. But in the initial 2.175 million would put us in a position to be able to at least host regional games.
Before we go to the point of inquiry with Senator Carrion, the 2.1 is more than the grounds, Mr. Lockhart. The 2.1 includes the bleachers and restroom, correct? Locker room?
Yes, so as I said, that would be able to give us the room for the host teams as well as the visiting teams with proper toilet facilities, an area for scorers, an area for an umpire's room, an area for the scorers, and a few bleachers.
And you had some rough renderings, correct?
I didn't get that, Senator.
You had some renderings of what the project is going to look like?
Yes, in fact, we have one guy who's working with us in terms of already doing some drawings. And we have been doing our own research so that, as I said, that when we erect those facilities, that we position them well for continuity.
Okay, I just wanted, we met with the association, Senator James, along with myself, and I just wanted to put on the record that work has gone into the overall planning as to what it's going to look like, to the point of local architect that, I don't know if he's a member of the association or just love cricket, but he came up with some rough renderings. Mr. Lockhart, maybe if you can send them back to me, I can send them to the members of the committee. It's not going to be exactly what it looked like, but it's just a vision that they presently have, or maybe Senator James Hill have those renderings. But a lot of what we're looking at, some is in-kind services in which, because of the expertise level, them having an architect or engineer, et cetera, that we'll be able to get some in-kind as this project moves along. Mr. Galloway, the team that you were training that I saw recently, what age level was that team?
Age level was from about 21 to 45.
Okay, so we had a number of young individuals that were playing.
Yes, and a lot of them that wasn't available still, but we have quite a few youngsters around.
Okay, so I did see a number of young individuals, and we did have the conversation, Senator James and myself, that we want to see a youth development program. We are really looking as to what we have been able to do with soccer in the Virgin Islands in the last 15 or 20 years, where it's gone from a sport that wasn't played as much or played by friends, to now having national teams that are competing on a level where we're able to beat one of Turks and Caicos yesterday. So I think if we're able to do this the right way, we could achieve the same thing. You know, so soccer is now played in all the schools and everything else. And if this is done the right way, we'll be able to expand the sport and really bring a lot of excitement to cricket. Senator Saro, you recognize. Point of inquiry, Senator Carrier. I'm sorry.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chair. The previous senator or the colleague over from St. Thomas inquired about what is the association placing, what type of funds are you putting, what skin in the game? So my question is, do you have a fundraising development planned, and what's the objective you plan to raise for this purpose?
We do not have a written development plan, but we raise most of our funds by running a concession every Sunday. I should also make mention that the West Indies Cricket made funding available to the Virgin Islands Cricket Board, mainly because at the time after the hurricane, Cancrine was damaged, and then they did not have a facility. Since we felt we also had some damage on St. Croix, some of that money was also made available to the Twin City Cricket Association with the primary purpose of developing the facility. So while we do not have a written plan, we are constantly raising funds.
Thank you so much. Senator Saro, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have much to say today, but as everybody knows, I used to live in St. Kitts after the hurricane, and we had to take PE at the Dr. William Connor Primary School, and I was always athletic, but I struggled in PE class in St. Kitts because we had 3 sports that we had to understand. The first was netball, and netball, they required us to wear a skirt. That was the first issue. And then you couldn't dribble the ball, and then they had no backboard, and I struggled in the netball component. Then rounders was the next class, and they want me catch this hard ball with no glove. And then came cricket, and cricket seemed like the game would never end. And we were going for days in class, and then I wanted to hold a bat and swing it, and I got to hold it on the bottom, and then I'm forced to hit a ball that coming down, and a little dot pad just bubbling down to me. I mean, it was so interesting, and I struggled in PE while living in St. Kitts. But my grandfather is an avid cricket lover, and he would sit on the couch for days and never move watching cricket. So I am in support of moving cricket forward in the territory, given my roots. But I just wanted to throw two pebbles today. Mr. White, your testimony on page 1. It says the Adelita Cancrine Cricket Grounds consequently held 5 other first-class matches, with the last played in 2016. World-renowned cricket players, Brian Lara and the rest, and it says, all played competitive first-class cricket in our territory. And La, when I was begging for my green space to keep the Cancrine field, I get you alive.
1 minute.
We got you alive, but Cancrine field actually held how many? 5 first-class matches. We have any field in this district today to hold any match? Don't listen to
hold a match, you said?
Yeah,
Currently,
a
no.
world-class match.
Currently, no.
Okay, good. Mr. I don't want to miss Lockhart. So, Mr. Lockhart, I support the legislation. I just need you to come up with some plans. And I need you to see what your development is going to look like. Because I am not in the practice of agreeing to appropriate money without seeing what the outcome is going to look like, what direction, where the stands would be, your development plans for youth and the rest, and how you plan to develop the sport. So I'm just asking for at some point for you to report back to this body, whether it's to report to the chair and what exactly the plans will look like for the cricket field on St. Croix, okay?
Time.
Yes, Senator, I can assure you that we are working on the drawings and that will be submitted.
Okay. And please note we're in a cricket field in this district. And don't grant the point of inquiry, because I see a point of inquiry coming here
We ain't
soon.
getting on yet.
Point of inquiry.
Thank you, Senator. Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Senator
This is
Fred
a good
Gregory.
point of inquiry.
You recognize?
This is a good point of inquiry. I'm having a good time with my colleague this afternoon. Mr. Commissioner White, what's the status of where we are with the cricket field in the Red Hook area? I know that this body and my colleague, I believe that she was a co-sponsor, if I'm not mistaken, my good colleague, Millennium colleague that spoke before me, she was a co-sponsor when we set aside $87,000 to develop the site plan for in the Red Hook area to do just that. We've envisioned that, cricket will be in this district, international cricket field, because we know that there were challenges in the St. Croix district. So what's the status? And basically, what's the status?
Yeah, I estimate that site utilization plan being completed this month. It is about 80% completed. All the stakeholders has been meeting. So we basically know what can be held at that facility. I do want to put on the record that the St. Thomas Cricket Association has already been given access to the property and have already started clearing the land and putting down the pitch. So they are in the process of creating that cricket field at the Estate Nazareth Field.
Thank you. So there is a cricket field in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize? Okay, Senator James, go ahead. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to say thank you to the Twin City Cricket Association, and once again, thank you to Chairman VLA and my colleagues for making this possible. My question to property and procurement, when it comes to the Bethlehem property, how many acres will be given to the Twin City Cricket Association?
Senator, I don't have the that lease agreement in front of me. I don't know the acreage off the top of my head, but I presume it's enough.
The reason why I'm asking, because I went and did a little research on what qualifies for a certified cricket field. I just want to make sure the most important thing when it comes to a cricket field is the cricket ground size and dimension. So my question to Mr. Lockhart, as far as meeting international standards, I know you have done your due diligence to make sure that we will meet the criteria for having a recognized cricket field once it's completed over the period of years, right?
Senator, you are a little bit low, but I guess you're asking with regard to the amount of land allotted, if it would be able to be developed for a ground that would be able to hold international cricket. If that is, I would believe the answer to that would be yes, even if I don't have the precise numbers, because in some areas, the grounds are not standard as the world. There are some grounds smaller than others. But once they meet certain specifications, that should be fine.
Thank you for answering that question. And I just want to place on the record, right? Government involvement is a must. In order for the Twin City Cricket Association to do what they have to do, we were calling on the VI Sports Commission that is mandated by law. We're asking for the Department of Tourism and Sports, Parks and Recreation, who are both members of the VI Sports Commission, to work with us, the Twin City Cricket Association, to make sure that in the long run, we have a collaborative effort to make sure that this works. My question is to property and procurement. I think it should be a two-tier leasing agreement. Can you specify or explain to us how long the leasing agreement will be for the Twin City Cricket Association?
Senator, pardon me, but you're coming through a little bit garbled. Can you please repeat the question, please?
How long will the leasing agreement be for the Twin City Cricket Association?
What are the terms?
1 minute.
Yes.
Senator, I do not have the agreement in front of me. I can't answer that intelligently at this moment, but I can make sure I can send you a copy or send a copy to the chair to distribute to the body. I apologize.
Mr. Lockhart, based on what was proposed, are you proposing a 20-year leasing agreement? Can you place that on the record?
Senator, a lease agreement was already negotiated, and unless there is some further negotiation for amendments between the Property and Procurement and the Twin City Cricket Association, I would say whatever is written at present holds.
And what was written as present? Can you explain
I don't have the lease agreement with me, and I don't remember all the details.
Okay. Thank you for placing that on the record.
Time.
And last but not least, I just want to place on the record that there are many opportunities for the Twin City Cricket Association to receive funding through marketing and advertising efforts. As you know, sports is about advertising and marketing. A lot of people pay big money to be on billboards and to advertise and market. So with a good marketing strategy and the support of the Department of Tourism and the VI Sports Commission, I know that sports tourism can become a reality on the island of St. Croix with the Twin City Cricket Association getting this cricket field. As far as the rendering has already been done, and I have no problem circulating it with my colleagues. Unfortunately, I'm not on the island of St. Croix right now to circulate it, but we are not proposing or asking you guys to vote on something that we do not have information about. So thank you once again, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. I'm looking at the proposed lease. The term of this lease shall be for a period of 10 years, commencing on the first day of month, following approval by the legislature. If the leasee is not in default, they have the option to renew this lease for 2 10-year periods. So it could be a possible 30-year lease, 10-year, and then 2 optional periods of 10-year renewal. And this was back sometime last year. I'm also hoping that we're able to complete this lease and it could come down to the legislature for our signature, or for our approval. Colleagues, if there are no more questions, I am going to, Senator Joseph, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I did miss my turn because I was downstairs waiting to be interviewed by the Virgin Islands Housing Authority for their stakeholder interview. But I'm going to just go ahead and ask my questions nonetheless. I wanted to inquire of the Twin City Cricket Association. How long have you been in business in the Island District of St. Croix?
More than 10 years.
Mr. Lockhart?
More than 10 years.
More than 10 years. And have you held or sponsored any matches? How many matches have you sponsored over that decade?
Your question is not specific. When you say host matches, are you talking about domestic, regional, or international cricket?
Both matches. You know what matches are.
No, but I'm saying if you're asking...
Matches are domestic and international.
Well, numerous.
Okay. And you've held these matches at what location? I wasn't too clear on that from your testimony.
At the present moment, or in the last few years, we have been basically utilizing the Blue Bamboo, which was commonly known as the drive-in, and Shang.
I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with that area. If it's a drive-in that's located in Frederickstead, they used to have dances there and the like. Correct?
That's in Grove Place, Frederickstead. That's correct.
Yes, in Frederickstead. Okay, great. So you've been having matches there. When was your last match?
Last Sunday, we played cricket at the Shang Ballpark in St. John's.
1 minute.
Okay, wonderful. How many persons do, and this goes towards governance and to make sure that you are tightly knit association and board, because we don't want you to have many issues with your governance of your board. How many members do you have currently on your board?
We have an executive of 5 with Marcelin Lockhart as president, Reynald Sharpless, who is sitting in the chambers now as treasurer, Lennox Galloway also sitting in the chamber, who is the vice president. We have Alexander Elise as the PRO and Edna Tewitt as secretary.
Okay, and do you have any public-private partnership, any sponsors over the years for your cricket matches?
We have not had any major sponsors, but we have gotten contributions over the years for cricket.
Okay, so that's some area that we have to look at, getting those public-private partnerships in place. I really applaud you and all of the members that you have for keeping the love of cricket alive in the St. Croix district. So I really applaud you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe I did hear that my time was called.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Before I close, I'd like to give those members from the Cricket Association who are here in the St. Croix to just give a short statement as to why you think this is an important project. Who wants to go first?
Yes,
Galloway? And then we'll go
Lennox
across.
Galloway, Vice President of St. Croix Cricket Association. I've been playing cricket in the Virgin Islands since 1985. Myself and Chris Bowler, we represented St. Croix, we represented the Virgin Islands against Antigua, Anguilla, Montserrat, Nevis, St. Kitts, all these guys. The Rich Richardson that Mr. Francis played against all these guys. We entered the Stanford 2020, we were part of that setup. Virgin Islands have a rich history of cricket. And when you go out to play, people call you by name when you're walking on the street and you don't know who they are. So I just see the future of cricket is bright. They have a lot of different tournaments playing, T10, T20, in all different versions. And a lot of people have a lot of opportunity to play the game, not only the long version, but the short version. And if we get some of that excitement in the Virgin Islands, it can only make cricket grow. So.
Jablis?
I am Reynolds Sharpless, treasurer of Twin City Cricket Association. And I've been involved in cricket over 15 years on the island of St. Croix. I am currently, as I said, a member of the executive. And as Mr. Lockhart invited the senator to drive in, I mean, on a Sunday, while we play cricket, you'll be surprised to see the amount of kids going around when we take our break, holding a bat, trying and getting involved in the game of cricket. So, as Galloway said, there's a future in cricket, and we just need to enhance it and to put programs in place to move it forward. And it's going to happen with the hard work of Mr. Lockhart as the president and his team. We are working hard enough to see cricket move forward. And I must allude to what the commissioner said, that the economic benefits that can be generated in cricket, it will be overwhelming. So that being said, I hope everybody support the bill, and let's work together to move cricket forward in St. Croix and the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Mr. Bowler?
Chris Bowler, a member of the Twin City Cricket Association. I've been also involved in cricket here for a very long time, both as a player and as an administrator. And to address Senator Carrion's concern, we have tried numerous times, and with some success, to go to the schools and do coaching sessions. But part of the problem was the schools were never really equipped with facilities that could really benefit the children. So we got some interest, but we never really got too much traction. Having a facility where we can have the right equipment and facilities that the children can really learn with audio, visual, and the coaching assistance would really help. And my vision is that we would be like soccer one day, where there would be school competitions. And from that, you transition into the purpose of the stadium also to develop the game and the tourism aspect and everything. In the last CPL tournament that was held, that's the Caribbean version of the IPL, the standard bearer for 2020 cricket. 5 billion people viewed those matches. It means that 5 billion people saw St. Kitts Nevis, Barbados. They saw these islands and they saw all the tourist attractions. Imagine if we had something and 1 billion people saw it and saw the Virgin Islands, saw what we have to offer. And so that's what we're building. The money that we're going to invest initially may not get us to that point, but it's going to give us the foundation where in 30 years, just to go by the lease, in the first 10 years, I think we would be well placed. The last budget that I saw for USA cricket was $50 million. And since then, it is probably now $200 million. 2 hours, 2.5 hours from Florida to here. We could capitalize on that. We have already started making contact with these people who run tournaments up island, down island, and up north. So we have the potential. And I really want to thank you all, Senator Viale, Senator James, and all the senators and everybody who is present who really support this, because it's the way forward. And if I could take one more little thing here. Cricket is one sport that doesn't discriminate by size. You can be the smallest guy, or you can be 6'10", 7'5", and you can be a successful cricketer. And that was one of the challenges we had when we were going to schools back in the early 2000s. People wanted their children to play baseball, basketball, football. They didn't want to hear about cricket. But then, you see the mother that's telling you this, is 4'8". None of those sports wouldn't work for her son or her daughter if they had her size. But cricket would. Brian Lara is 5'3". Shivnarayan Chanderpaul is about the same height. Sachin Tendulkar. I am 5'5" and a half. I always give the half. And I played, I played decent cricket. Had I chosen, to do it, I think I would have done a good job as a professional cricketer. So it doesn't discriminate according to size. Now, if you get into the T20 tournament, you can make $100,000 a year easily and see the world. So, and our kids have ability to learn this sport and live well by it. So thanks again to this body for really trying to help us this time.
Thank you so much. And it's given us opportunities. We're just trying to provide more opportunities and avenues for our children, and also to expand the product that the Virgin Islands is able to offer on a regular basis. Commissioner White, I'm going to allow you to close. I think our association did a good closing job, so I'll allow you to put a closing statement on the record. Okay, media, not hearing him. Hold on. Try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Testing.
go ahead.
Okay. Still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you again, Senator. The Department of Sports, Park and Recreation stands ready and able to assist the Twin City Cricket Association. I will encourage the board, however, to ask this body for some additional funds. The bill speaks to the construction of a cricket stadium. It doesn't speak to anything about maintenance and equipment, which is very important. Makes no sense to build a stadium when you don't have the equipment to maintain it. I heard Mr. Lockhart said that they have about $10,000. Well, I know dealing with facilities and fields that can't even buy a 0-ton grass cutter. So I think this body should consider, bump in a little bit to give them some assistance with equipment. They're gonna need, 0 tons. They're gonna need the rollers because the pitch needs to be flat. All of those things are important in being successful and creating a good cricket pitch. But other than that, like I said, we will be assisting, and I'm always available to make sure that the success of this comes to fruition.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Mr. Richards.
Good afternoon to everyone. It was a pleasure working with Mr. Lockhart directly to get through the negotiation discussion of the agreement that was ultimately ratified. I look forward to being here in the next few weeks or a couple months to testify before this committee on the agreement, and then we can move forward from there. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have exhausted all the questions. Our main testifiers have put the final statement on the record. As we move forward, we will look at that equipment component. I just heard today about the field and St. Thomas, so definitely that's also going to be an equipment component. We might have a little bit more time on St. Croix because we still have to go through all the drawings and getting everything set, so we're a little bit out. But definitely we want to make sure that whatever facility is developed, that is going to be maintained. We don't want to build something and then it falls apart within a short period of time. So we'll make sure that that is done. Colleagues, I think this is a bit different to the last one. I think we can have a vote without hearing a lot of other stuff. Do I hear a motion? Senator James?
Motion.
Okay, and before you say the motion, all of the suggested amendments will be completed before the Rules Committee hearing. Senator James, motion.
Yes, colleagues, motion I move that Bill number 34-0167 and Act amending Act number 8473, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to a $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to provide for a grant of that sum to the Twin City Cricket Association for the development of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, St. Croix Cricket Field, and providing for other related purposes be voted on favorably in the Committee on Finance and be sent to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator James, seconded by Senator Carrion. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent.
No, he's there, yes. Yes, he said yes.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru.
Yes.
Senator Saru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0167, an act amending Act number 8473, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to a $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation to provide for a grant of that sum to the Twin City Cricket Association for the development of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation St. Croix Cricket Field and providing for other related purposes, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. The Committee of Finance will take a 1-minute recess. Those guests are excused, and we'll bring the other guests into the well. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, read the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 34-0255, an act amending Title 22 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 55A, by repealing and reenacting Sections 1443 and 1446 to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Credit for Reinsurance Model Law, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the governor. Invited testifiers, Glendina P. Matthew Esquire, Acting Director, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. Suzette Richards Esquire, Legal Counsel, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to take a quick 1-minute recess, and then we're going to allow the testifiers to put the name on the record and start. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. I'm going to allow the testifiers to put their name on the record and the title, beginning with those that are in the well and St. Croix. Ms. Matthews, and then Attorney Richards. Attorney Matthews.
Good afternoon. I am Attorney Glendina Matthew, Interim Director for the Division of Banking and Insurance.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Suzette Richards, Attorney Suzette Richards. I'm legal counsel for the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation.
Thank you. And we have two individuals that are on virtually. You may go ahead and put your name and title on the record.
General Counsel, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon, Cheryl Charleswell, Interim Assistant Director and Chief Examiner Insurance.
Thank you so much. You may proceed with the testimony.
Mr. Chair, the bill has to be introduced,
I
sir.
am so sorry. Who speaks to this bill? I know that you speak to the bill, Senator Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Yeah, I was trying to get your attention. No problem. Good afternoon, colleagues. Again, I This afternoon, I offer Bill number 34-0255 on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor and the Governor via the Division of Banking and Insurance. This bill is an act repealing and reenacting Title 22 Virgin Islands Code sections 1443 and 1446 to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners credit for reinsurance model law on behalf of the executive branch. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor is required to have in place before September 1 of this year the credit for reinsurance law and is supporting regulations to be in compliance with the Federal Insurance Office, FIO. This is as a result of the 2019 revisions to the NAIC credit for reinsurance model law. With those revisions, both sections 1443 and 1446 of Title 22 of the Virgin Islands Code, which are based on model law, will need to be revised to implement the reinsurance collateral provisions in the covered agreements that the U.S. entered into with EU and the UK. This bill is required to maintain accreditation and to prevent preemption by the Federal Insurance Office. We have passed 2 other measures in our last session, and this is the final legislation needed for the Division of Banking and Insurance to have the appropriate ability to regulate reinsurance in the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. At a further point, Senator, is it going to be amended?
I don't have any amendments in front of me. As I indicated, I am bringing this matter before the committee on behalf of the governor as a result of me being president of the institution.
Correct.
It was sent down and we're hearing it because of the issues that needs to be addressed for the territory. But if there are amendments, we will be happy to, if there are required amendments, we'll hear from the leadership of the Division of Banking and Insurance so we can have the necessary amendments put in and addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. There are some recommendations, and I'll share it with you, Senator. But now we'll go on to the testimony. You may proceed.
The Honorable Kurt Vielle, Chairman and Honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Finance, other senators present, as well as the viewing and listening audience. I am attorney Suzette Richards, legal counsel, appearing on behalf of attorney Glendina Matthew, interim director of the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation within the Office of the Lieutenant Governor and Commissioner of Insurance, the Honorable Tregenza A. Roach, Esquire. I most respectfully appear before you today to provide testimony on Bill number 34-0255, an act repealing and reenacting Title 22 Virgin Islands Code, Sections 1443 and 1446, to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Credit for Reinsurance Model Law. I am accompanied by attorney Glendina Matthew, interim director of the division, Ms. Cheryl Charleswell, interim assistant director and chief examiner insurance, and attorney Dolis McLean, legal counsel for the Lieutenant Governor and general counsel for the entire Lieutenant Governor's office. I most respectfully inform you that the division supports Bill number 34-0255 with the suggested changes that are requested in this testimony. Bill number 34-0255 is intended to amend provisions in Title 22 of the Virgin Islands Code, commonly known as the Virgin Islands Insurance Code, to implement revisions that the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, which is the NAIC, made to the Credit for Reinsurance Model Law in 2019. The division has appeared before this body many times to provide testimony regarding the adoption of model laws that were created by the NAIC. Previously, those appearances were for the purpose of obtaining accreditation. However, as the Virgin Islands became accredited by the NAIC on December 6, 2019, this appearance is for the purpose of maintaining the territory's accreditation by the NAIC. As an accredited jurisdiction, the Virgin Islands, like other accredited jurisdictions, is required to periodically update its laws to ensure that it remains in compliance with NAIC accreditation standards. The updated laws help to regulate the ever-evolving insurance industry and provide additional regulatory authority to ensure that the insurance companies doing business in the territory maintain a financial status that will allow them to meet their obligations to pay claims and benefits due to their policyholders in accordance with terms and conditions set forth in their policies. The Virgin Islands Credit for Reinsurance Act, which is codified in Chapter 55A of Title 22 of the Virgin Islands Code, was enacted in the territory in 2018 and is based on the NAIC's Credit for Reinsurance Model Law. Both the Virgin Islands Credit for Reinsurance Act and its accompanying regulations, whose provisions have been in effect in the territory since 2019, and which are further based on an NAIC model regulation, are intended to accomplish several things. The Virgin Islands Credit for Reinsurance Act and its accompanying regulations are meant to, 1, strengthen the regulation of insurance companies, 2, protect policyholders, 3, reduce the uncertainty that an insurer may face in planning collateral liability, and 4, prevent regulatory arbitrage where a company tries to utilize more favorable laws in one jurisdiction to circumvent less favorable laws elsewhere. Both the Credit for Reinsurance Act and its accompanying regulations are accreditation requirements, and as such, jurisdiction must have both the statutory provisions and the regulations in place to be accredited by the NAIC. Reinsurance itself is a transaction between a primary insurer and another insurer known as a reinsurer, where the primary insurer buys insurance from the reinsurer on an annual basis to cover all or part of the projected and actual losses of the primary insurer. The primary insurer is known as the ceding insurer, which is an insurance company that pays a premium to pass a part or all of its risk from its insurance policy portfolio to a reinsurer. The reinsurer is known as the assuming insurer because it assumes the risk passed from a ceding insurer. A ceding insurer is allowed to claim credit on its financial statements for reinsurance. However, credit for reinsurance is only permitted where certain statutory and regulatory requirements are met. The Virgin Islands Credit for Reinsurance Act, along with its accompanying regulations, sets out the types of reinsurers, the collateral requirements, and the kind of reinsurance agreements that are acceptable to allow a ceding insurer to claim credit on its financial statements for reinsurance. Prior to the most recent revisions to the NAIC's Credit for Reinsurance Model Law, there had been some debate about the collateral requirements for non-U.S. reinsurers, with some calling for the elimination of these requirements if a non-U.S. reinsurer was licensed in a well-regulated jurisdiction. In fact, prior to 2019, the NAIC had revised the Credit for Reinsurance Model Law to allow for the reduction of collateral requirements for non-U.S. reinsurers consistent with the financial strength of the reinsurers and the effectiveness of the regulator in their home country. Significantly, though, in 2017, the United States Department of Treasury and the United States Trade Representative utilized their authority under the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act to negotiate a covered agreement with the European Union that eliminated collateral requirements for reinsurers in the EU where certain regulatory requirements were met. States were given 5 years, or until September 1st, 2022, to implement these requirements or face possible federal preemption. In 2018, the United States negotiated a similar covered agreement with the United Kingdom, which mirrored the language in the agreement with the EU and included the same time frame for implementation, which again would be by September 1st, 2022. In 2019, the NAIC revised the Credit for Reinsurance Model Law and Model Regulation to implement the reinsurance collateral provisions in the covered agreements that the United States entered into with the EU and the UK. As such, the 2019 revisions allowed for the elimination of reinsurance collateral requirements for for reinsurers that are domiciled in or have a head office in a non-U.S. jurisdiction that is subject to a covered agreement, such as the EU and the UK, which the revisions define to be reciprocal jurisdictions. However, to ensure a level playing field for reinsurers that are domiciled in the U.S. and also domiciled in other non-U.S. jurisdictions that are outside the EU and the UK, the 2019 revisions also allowed for the elimination of reinsurance collateral requirements for reinsurers that are domiciled in or have a head office in other reciprocal jurisdictions, which was defined to be a U.S. jurisdiction that is accredited by the NAIC, or a non-U.S. jurisdiction that is a qualified jurisdiction under provisions in the Credit for Reinsurance Model Law that meets additional requirements that are consistent with the terms of a covered agreement. It should be noted that simply being domiciled in or having a head office in a reciprocal jurisdiction is not by itself sufficient to qualify for the elimination of reinsurance collateral requirements. Rather, under the 2019 revisions, reinsurers in reciprocal jurisdictions also have to satisfy other requirements, such as minimum capital and surplus requirements and a minimum solvency or capital ratio to qualify for the elimination of reinsurance collateral requirements. The 2019 revisions are an NAIC accreditation requirement effective September 1st, 2022. Indeed, as of today's date, all 50 states and Puerto Rico have passed the 2019 revisions in the NAIC's Credit for Reinsurance Model Law. Further, the revisions are also currently under consideration in 4 other jurisdictions, which includes the Virgin Islands. This brings us to why we are here today. As a result of the 2019 revisions to the NAIC's Credit for Reinsurance Model Law, both sections 1443 and 1446 of Title 22 of the Virgin Islands Code, which are based on this model law, will need to be revised to implement the reinsurance collateral provisions and the covered agreements that the United States entered into with the European Union and the UK. However, it should be noted that while the purpose of the bill is to implement requirements under the covered agreements, Section 1446, as it appears in the bill, has been rewritten and reformatted in a way that no longer complies with the NAIC Credit for Reinsurance Model Law. More specifically, it appears Section 1446 has been rewritten and reformatted in such a way that is inconsistent with what is required by the NAIC Credit for Reinsurance Model Law, is unclear, is overly broad, and would limit the Commissioner's authority to implement regulations under the law. Section 1446, which was enacted in 2018 and which is currently in effect in the territory, is based on what is required by the NAIC Credit for Reinsurance Model Law. However, the version of Section 1446 that appears in the bill has been rewritten and reformatted in a way that is no longer consistent with the NAIC Credit for Reinsurance Model Law. This means Section 1446, as rewritten and reformatted in the bill, could put our accreditation at risk. Further, Section 1446A, as it appears in the bill, and which seems to be missing the word adopt, has been revised to indicate that the Commissioner would have the authority to issue regulations for one category of life insurance policies. However, under 1446B, as enacted in 2018, the Commissioner has the authority to issue regulations for insurance policies that fall under several categories, and it is unclear why Section 1446A would only reference one of those categories. Additionally, Section 1446B, as enacted in 2018, was written to identify the types of reinsurance arrangements the subsection would apply to and the conditions and limitations that would apply to the types of arrangements referenced in Section 1446B. However, while the conditions in Section 1446B, as enacted in 2018, would only apply to reinsurance for certain types of policies, which would essentially be certain types of life and health products, in the bill, the newly reformatted Section 1446C has expanded the scope of the provision such that the reformatted Section 1446C would now apply to regulations issued under under the entire section, which would broaden the scope of policies the condition is intended to apply to. Finally, whereas Section 1446B, as enacted in 2018, included a provision that limited the applicability of regulations that could apply to the types of life and health insurance policies that are identified in Section 1446B under certain circumstances. The newly reformatted Section 1446E that appears in the bill expands the scope of this limitation so that instead of it applying to certain types of life and health insurance policies, it now applies to the entire section, meaning any regulation for any other type of reinsurance arrangement that the commissioner may issue. This is not the intent of this provision, and it would limit the applicability of regulations that the commissioner implements under Section 1446A. In fact, it seems Section 1446E, as it appears in the bill, would limit the applicability of regulations that will also need to be implemented to comply with the reinsurance collateral provisions in the covered agreements, which is required to avoid federal preemption and to comply with NAIC accreditation requirements. The division objects to the way Section 1446 has been rewritten and reformatted. The division also objects to changes that were made to Section 1443, but those changes are too numerous to discuss. The division respectfully requests that Bill number 34-0255 be amended to include the language that appears in the proposed bill that has been included along with this testimony. For your convenience, the attached bill includes highlighting to show the revisions that we would like to have made. The division has discussed the language in the attached bill with both the NAIC and the Federal Insurance Office, which will be conducting the territory's federal preemption review, and has been advised that this language would be sufficient to not only comply with our accreditation requirements, but also to prevent a federal preemption of our law. Chairman VLA, members of this committee, and other senators present, this concludes the division's testimony on Bill number 34-0255. We thank you and the members of the Committee on Finance for the opportunity to appear before you. Moreover, we greatly appreciate your support of our endeavors to update Title 22 of the Virgin Islands Code to avoid preemption by the federal government and to maintain our accreditation with the NAIC. We are prepared to respond to your questions on this bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We're going to avoid preemption, and we're going to make sure that this bill is passed. I am going to recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory in reference to the recommended changes. Senator Fred Gregory.
Recognizing me for this. We're having a little echo here. Apparently there's been lots of conversation around these concerns as it relates to the testimony provided by the lead here this afternoon for banking and insurance. We've already connected with when the chair asked me earlier, I actually had a lapse in memory and I didn't remember at that time, but when he called the recess, it hit me exactly what he was trying to ask me. So we are actually working with sending out an email to both our legal counsel and the legal counsel at banking and insurance so they could work through these issues, so we could bring the necessary amendment so we can satisfy the concerns that has been outlined here this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. And colleagues, this is a time-sensitive bill, so we know what some of the recommended changes are. They're not profound. It's a model, one of the model laws that we have to adopt so that we can retain our accreditation with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. So colleagues, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. If you need more time, let me know. But let's start with a 2-minute round because it's pretty straightforward. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony. The Lieutenant Governor's office have been on top of things in respect to coming into compliance and staying in line with the NAIC and their revisions. And this is just another part of what they do. I must say, yeah, there is a lot of amendments, etc. And spoke to the 2018 law and chapter 22 of the VI code, and for sure preempting the federal government. And of course, I will be supporting this most important piece of legislation. And I appreciate the due diligence that the attorneys at the Lieutenant Governor's office do when it comes to assuring that we are up to standard and that we protect our people here in the territory.
1 minute.
And Mr. Chair, only my 2 minutes. Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you much. Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff.
Good afternoon, colleague. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney, could you now explain in lay terms what section of 1443 and 46 you say will take place here in the Virgin Islands with this upgrade? I stand in support of it.
Okay.
I didn't get the attorney name, sorry.
Attorney Richards, you said my name, right? That's what you had asked? Attorney Richards.
Yes, Attorney Richards.
Okay.
Yes.
Specifically, when we worked on the revisions for this bill, because it was so important to make sure we were not preempted by the federal government, and it was so important to make sure these provisions were adopted in a way that would not even have have the remotest possibility of that happening. We included the entire section 1443 and section 1446. But to answer your question,
1 minute.
the section that's being revised specifically to address the covered agreements is in section 1443H, and that's H as in Harry. That's the specific section that would be added to address the covered agreements in that provision. And with respect to section 1446, the section that's being revised to address the covered agreements is section 1446B3A. So that's the section A is being added here that specifically deals with the section 1443H, the covered agreement section.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't have any questions, to be honest. The testimony was very, very, very clear, and the bill is lengthy, but the bill is also very clear. So unlike other days where we would, probe and drill, I don't have anything to probe on. So I commend the Office of Lieutenant Governor, Bank and Insurance, Division of Bank and Insurance for their work. So I will vote in the affirmative at the appropriate time.
Thank you so much, Senator Sarro. Senator Saad, heading back to the floor. We're going to be voting shortly. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized. Okay, thank you so much. It's a straightforward bill.
Yeah.
So, attorney, pick your choice. You put a closing statement on the record, and we're going to move for a vote.
Good afternoon to the listening audience and viewing audience. I would be remiss if I did not thank the members of our staff, including those who are appearing virtually with us, as well as the legislative body. As we talked about before, we will continue coming before the legislative body in our attempt to maintain accreditation. We appreciate the continued support from this legislative body in our effort to maintain accreditation and to protect the people of the Virgin Islands. So we thank you again for allowing us to put forth this bill in our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I forgot to let the bill sponsor ask if she wants to say something. The bill. Senator Fred Gregory, you can go ahead before we close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I done when we left you.
you want to hear from me today. It's okay. Very quickly, that's always the question. This is always a question and a concern, is just for our community as we have this discussion. And it's, of course, always tied to whether or not there'll be any adverse impact on the cost of insurance in the territory to our residents. And that's primarily what the concern is.
This bill is an effort to actually allow more capacity in the territory, in that the division must allow, or I should say, the Virgin Islands, in trying to increase its market, have to maintain certain amount of reinsurance by its insurers in the territory. So this provision allows us to maintain the reinsurance companies that we have, as well as be in compliance with the NAIC model laws, as well as the NAIC accreditation standards.
1 minute.
Okay, thank you for that response. So that brings me to this very quick question. So do we have insurance companies knocking at our doors that will actually be able to benefit from as a result of this measure being enacted? Oh boy.
We just lost current.
Seems like
we just lost electricity. We're back up.
Did you hear my question?
Yes, I did. There continues to be, on a daily basis, the Virgin Islands continue to license new companies in the territory, as well as the availability of reinsurance, considering the Virgin Island is in a hurricane-prone area where there's always a concern with the reinsurance market. So this bill attempts to put us in par with other jurisdictions so that we can not only maintain those reinsurers or insurers that we have, but add to the capacity that we have in the marketplace.
Time.
You may
Thank you.
conclude, Senator. Go ahead.
Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, and I think that was a big concern, trying to expand capacity and trying to make sure that our cost does not increase. And that has been the focus throughout as we move these different measures, and hoping that with us receiving accreditation that we would have more companies in the Virgin Islands, which will eventually result in lower prices. Are we going to take a 1 minute recess, then we're going to vote on it? This committee stands in recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Do I hear a motion on bill number 34-0255?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Fred Gregory.
I move that Bill number 34-0255, an act repealing and reenacting Title 22 Virgin Islands Code Sections 1443 and 1446 to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Credit for Reinsurance Model Law be favorably voted on by this committee and sent to the Rules Committee for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Janelle K. Saru.
Yes.
Senator Saru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0255, an act repealing and reenacting Title 22 Virgin Islands Code, Section 1443 and 1446, to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Credit for Reinsurance Model Law, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. The bill will be amended in rules to meet the concerns that you placed on the record. So we thank you for your testimony and you are excused. We'll take a 2-minute recess to get the other individuals in the well or get them up virtually. This committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the last two items on the agenda?
Bill number 34-0262, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Vitelcom Cellular, Inc., DBA via Wireless, VI eCell, for the leasing of the northwest portion of Parcel 3B, Estate Susannaburg, number 17A, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement; Paul Kouroupas, Senior Director of Corporate Affairs, VIA; and Bill number 34-0193, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and ENC Development, LLC, 8168 Crown Bay Marina, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement; Julio King, Project Manager, ENC Development, LLC.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to now allow the testifiers to put the name and title on the record, beginning with Mr. Richards.
Good afternoon, Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner, the Department of Property and Procurement.
Thank you. Via.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Kouroupas. I'm Senior Director of Corporate Affairs for Vitelcom Cellular.
Mr. King.
Julio U.B. King, Project Manager for ENC Development, LLC.
Thank you. We'll begin with you, Mr. Richards.
Mr. Chair, please, the introduction of the bill. Mr. Chair? For the bill, bill number 34.0262 to this bill. I need to introduce the bill.
You may proceed. This is, which, Senator, which bill are you speaking to?
The same bill that they're going to testify on right now, but we need to introduce the bill first. I'm going to introduce it on behalf of the sponsor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill number 34.0262, which is a lease agreement between the government and the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Vitelcom Cellular, doing business as via Wireless, for the northwest portion of Parcel 3B, Estate Susannaburg, number 17A, Cruz Bay, Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair, this bill basically is to have a tower site on the island of St. John to provide better coverage for the resident of St. John, because we know we have issues on that small island. So thank you so much for having me to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. If that is the case, then we're going to introduce both one time, because we're going to go straight into the testimony and then have action on these bills. So who is introducing BN?
Very well.
You may proceed.
Very well. Okay, I'm also introducing bill number 34-0193 on behalf of Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, which is an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and E&C Development, LLC, 8168 Crown Bay Marina. This bill basically seeks to have warehouse space in a complex in the Bavoni area, and it's for contractors, new businesses, and for expansion of businesses, and it provides an option for many individuals, especially some of those that are going to be coming from the Crown Bay area, to actually set up that shop and keep on providing services to the territory. It's 70,000 square feet in square footage. There's going to be solar panels on the roof to assist in those individuals having to pay a lower electrical bill, etc. And I believe it's a necessary approval, necessary for us to approve this in order for them to move forward with certain projects and commitments. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Let's move on to the testimony now, Mr. Richards.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair, Chairman VLA, Vice Chair Senator Fred Gregory, committee members, Senator Blyden, DeGraff, Carrion, James, Sarro, legislative staff, and fellow testifiers. I'm Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Property and Printing Divisions of the Virgin Islands Department's Property and Procurement. I'm testifying today on behalf of Commissioner Anthony D. Thomas to offer testimony on the proposed lease agreements which are before this committee for consideration. I'm here today to request this committee and ultimately the full Senate's approval of the lease agreements between Vitelcom Cellular Incorporated, doing business as Via Wireless, and ENC Development LLC. These lease agreements are required, they all require approval of the governor and the legislature of the Virgin Islands in accordance with 31 VI Code subsection 205. Their terms all require the rent payable under all the leases to eventually be adjusted annually, included any renewal terms in accordance with the increases of the Consumer Price Index as established by the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. All lease agreements require a $1 million minimum of annual limits of public liability coverage. Required documentation to support the processing of these lease agreements with the government have been provided, and they are all licensed and in good standing. The lease agreement between VIA and the government of the Virgin Islands is for a portion of a plot of land located on the northwest portion of parcel remainder 3B, Estate Susannaberg, number 17A, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Island, consisting of approximately 400 square feet of improved property. The property will be used to build and operate an 80-foot monopole telecommunications tower. The lease agreement, the term of this agreement is for 10 years, and the lease agreement provides for additional renewal options. The annual rent for the above referenced parcel will be $42,780 payable in monthly installments of $3,565 during the term of the lease. This proposed lease agreement will allow VIA to construct and operate a critically needed 80-foot, approximately 80-foot telecommunication monopole tower on the subject property to service the east end of St. John. It is important to note that during the negotiations, DPP requested and VIA ultimately agreed that the GVI and BIT telecom equipment can be co-located on this tower at absolutely no cost to the VI. This communication tower is critically needed to enhance and stabilize the local telecommunication infrastructure on the island of St. John, which was hard hit during Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017. This investment will support this company, St. John residents, visitors, and emergency responders alike. The lease agreement between ENC Development and the government of the Virgin Islands is for a plot of land located at number 2 remainder Estate Bovoni, number 1 and number 2 Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, United States Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 4.64 U.S. acres of land. ENC Development plans to invest upward of $6 million on the property to construct and develop leasable space in a mixed commercial, storage, and business complex. The development, when completed, will bring desperately needed warehouse space and storage space to the market and feature amenities like a solar-powered microgrid with battery storage and electric vehicle charging stations. This additional inventory of space will provide alternative to countless potential startups, existing businesses, and construction contractors that contact DPP regularly searching for warehouse spaces in St. Thomas. This development will also offer a potential alternative to displaced tenants due to redevelopment as the USVI Port Authority and the Department of Property and Procurement jointly works to redevelop the Crown Bay and the sub-base zones. The terms of this agreement is for 30 years with additional renewal option periods. The annual rent for the reference parcel will be $72,000 payable in monthly installments of $6,000 during the term of this lease. The Department of Property and Procurement continues to seek viable tenants to partner with who are committed to making significant investments in GVI-owned properties through long-term tenancy and remain current in all government obligations of excise, gross receipts, payroll, and corporate taxes. All these properties will be returned to the GVI at the end of their respective leases in much improved conditions. If approved, or when approved, these leases will all assist these local entrepreneurs to expand and improve their operations, as well as break ground on a needed development. These businesses will return and contribute, will in turn contribute to the ongoing recovery of the United States Virgin Islands and the long-term expansion of our economy. The Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests that the 34th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands Committee on Finance vote in favor of these proposed lease agreements. This concludes my prepared testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Mr. Karupas, Via.
Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Chairman Billet, members of the committee, members of the 34th Legislature and staff, as well as the listening and viewing audience. My name is Paul Karupas, and I'm Senior Director of Corporate Affairs for the Virgin Islands Telephone Corporation, known locally as VIA, which also includes Vitelcom Cellular, known as VIA Wireless. I'm appearing here before you today to speak in support of the lease of the property known as the northwest portion of parcel 3B, Estates Susannaberg, number 17A in Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 400 square feet. I wish to simply state that the lease is desired, as the Department of Property and Procurement pointed out, so that we can serve the north and eastern portion of the St. John Island with permanent cell service. At the moment, we do have temporary facilities in place that allow us to provide coverage there. This lease is to allow us to erect an 80-foot monopole, which, in addition to providing permanent service in the area, is much more storm resistant, and it can withstand winds of up to 150 miles per hour. And I do want to note at this point, in my written testimony, I indicated it could withstand winds of 180 miles per hour. That was a typo. It's 150 miles per hour. And it is part of VIA's larger effort to fortify our network and improve network resiliency throughout the territory so that we may maintain continuing operations during times of natural disasters. So I would note as well that VIA has numerous leases with the Department of Property and Procurement, and we have always been a good tenant. So we thank the committee for its consideration of this lease. And of course, I'm available to answer any questions should anyone have any. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Julio King, ENC Development.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Committee Chairman Kirk Vele, Vice Chair Donna Fred Gregory, committee members Senators Blyden, DeGraff, Currian, James, Saro, legislature staff, and the people of the Virgin Islands. I am Julio U.B. King, project manager of ENC Development, LLC. I was hoping to be joined by my company principals, Eric Castro and Covey Charles, but was not possible due to critical deadlines and schedule conflicts. So I appear to you today on behalf of ENC Development to offer testimony on Bill number 34-0193, a proposed lease before the committee, which I am respectfully request the committees and the full Senate's approval of the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and ENC Development, LLC. ENC Development seeks to enter into this lease agreement with the Department of Property and Procurement and the government of the Virgin Islands to develop a plot of land located at parcel number 2, remainder, Estate Bavoni, number 1, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 4.6 U.S. acres of land. This property is currently overgrown with brush and is undeveloped. Unfortunately, it is occasionally littered with stripped down vehicles and a favorite dump site for tires, household appliances, and others. The property will be used to develop and manage a four commercial building complex of general warehouse and storage building. The property will be managed as the Bavoni number 2 business and commercial complex. If, or rather when approved, this lease will offer E&C Development the ability to develop modern, resilient, and sustainable warehouse facility. The development, when completed, would also bring over 72,000 square feet of desperately needed general storage space and flex commercial space to the St. Thomas market. The facility will be featured a microgrid powered by roof-mounted solar panel arrays and ground-based battery storage that can provide uninterrupted, affordable electricity for the tenants. The project will support approximately 250 new jobs during the construction phase and directly create an indirect support over 100 permanent jobs on the property. The property will feature electric vehicle charging ports, solar LED, security lights, and more. Total investment over a base of 36-month timeline was estimated ranging up to $7 million, but can balloon factoring in recent inflation spikes, supporting and shipment issues. The success of this development will also create much needed alternative locations for new businesses, expanding current businesses, and possibly for tenants that may be displaced at the VI Port Authority, redeveloping the Crown Bay cargo and marine facility and the sub-base commercial areas. We also request the full Senate's favorable consideration of a pending rezoning request from the subject property currently at Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Granting this request is needed to ensure building permits and some financing. Architectural and engineering construction documents are currently being completed for the site plan and building A. We are anxious to get these buildings onto production scheduled at the steel plant and begin the work immediately after the project is permitted. Just as I stated, I end by respectfully requesting the committees and the full Senate's approval of the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and ENC Development, LLC. This concludes my prepared testimony, and I am available to answer any questions or concerns the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. King, colleagues, you're going to go directly into a 3-minute round. I'll begin with Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Mr. King, you were excellent, man. I will try and scare you, tell you and get blows in here, but you were excellent. Okay, ENC Development, are you the owner of this company?
No, I'm not. Eric W. Castro.
Okay.
And Convoy Charles.
Okay, local people.
That is correct.
All right. Okay. And the area where you're talking about developing, Has there been any opposition to anything you guys are looking to do as yet with this property from the surrounding community?
Not that I know of.
No? Okay. And finally, for your area, how soon will you be ready to go once these leases are passed?
Well, the first step is we applied for zone change.
Right.
At DPNR. But in the interim, we're preparing plans according to the rules and regs of the site. We can do something. So what we're planning to do is to at least start. I would say once we get the approval here, then we could actually slate a date where we can proceed.
Okay. And time frame for completion?
That I will prefer to reflect back on
and that's fine.
The owners.
The gentleman for VIA representing, are there any concerns from the surrounding community in regards to your purchase or your leasing of the property?
Not that I'm aware of, sir. No, like I said, this is replacing an existing structure, which is a temporary structure, but comparable in size and scope.
Okay, so the antenna you said is 80 feet. I know when military background, those antennas give off a degree of radiation in the area. How close are the closest residents to that property?
1 minute.
Sure. So we did look at who was within 150 feet radius of the parcel, and I believe there's probably about 8 individuals who are within that 150 feet. But there's no danger of the radiation. When you're 80 feet up and within 150 foot circumference there, a radius there, given modern telecommunications, the radiation is well within acceptable levels.
Okay. I just wanted to make. And finally, Deputy Commissioner, are there any issues with the agreements for both of these individuals?
No, Senator, not that I know of. Full disclosure, there was a zoning meeting last week. I believe one resident in the Bavonia area did make a comment about the location of their initially proposed entrance. These gentlemen immediately went back to the drawing board and changed the entrance to accommodate the observation or the flag that was thrown up by a local resident, and I believe that was the only issue.
Okay, good. Thank you. Mr. King, you're in good hands. Commissioner, you're in great hands, my classmate there. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. King and Mr. Kouroupas. Mr. King, you're no longer with AT Construction?
Yes, I am.
You're still there with them? Okay, no problem. Yeah.
Yes, I am. I'm a project, manager with.
I want to make sure that they didn't lose your qualification down there. So thank you. So in respect to the height of this request for the antenna, obviously it's on the opposite side of the island, so there is no issue with the flight patterns, the VORs, or anything like that. That don't present an issue here, correct?
Correct. The tower is in compliance with FAA regulations.
Very well. And in respect to coverage, what can you speak to? What will be improved? I know that the St. Thomas district is really challenged with topography and areas and create dead spots. The fact that having this antenna up now, how does that improve connectivity and networking?
Right, so there is a temporary structure in place which is providing coverage. This will be a permanent structure of similar height, so the coverage will actually largely be the same, and this is on the east end of St. John. So it'll be comparable coverage, but in a more on a structure that will better withstand hurricanes. And as we all know, this hurricane season is once again predicted to be busy, we'll say. And, you know, while we all hope for the best, we prepare for the worst. So we're anxious to get this in place before the season really gets underway.
Okay. And Mr. King, in regards to the 250 jobs that you discussed in your testimony, what type of jobs are they? And you know, you believe that you'll be able to find the manpower to fulfill that 250 jobs?
Well, yes, I do, because most of the space is rented. So as a result, the owners are going to have employees. You're going to have guys to deal with the warehouse, inventory. That's the anticipation for that. Each individual that's going to be renting space there.
Okay. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. I think this makes good sense, and I'll stand in support during the next round, as I'm not a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Fred Gregory. You're recognized. Not there?
Senator Fred Gregory is.
Yes, Senator Sorrow.
No. I'll move forward, Mr. Chair.
You go ahead, Senator Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, let me ask quickly, Mr. Kouroupas, good afternoon for VIA. Let me ask you, you said that a temporary structure there right now. So you're basically saying the new structure is going to be the same. What the height of the temporary structure?
So I believe the current height of the temporary structure is approximately 50 feet, a little bit higher. So this one will be a little bit higher than that. It'll be at
30 feet? Yes. Like 30 feet more, 80 instead of 50. Okay, very well. And you say it's going to provide the same coverage, or do you believe they're going to get better coverage?
It will provide some improved coverage, but you know, as we know, with in certain parts of the island that are uninhabited, you know, the coverage may not be that noticeable, but it will provide comparable coverage and hopefully some improved coverage.
Very well, because we have been waiting for some relief in that area when it comes to those dead spots in that area in St. John. So I look forward to the list approval and subsequently the improvement in service for residents there in St. John. Let me ask Mr. King. You said at least 250 jobs, and it's going to be warehouse spaces. Exactly which area is this? Exactly where is the area at?
Okay, if you were traveling from, say, west to east, you pass the school, which is
BCB.
BCB. You get as when you pass Lima on the right side, the same road you take to go into Bavoni, that's the road that you will take. The project is on the right-hand side.
You mean it's
before
you
reach
by School Bus Inc? That
no,
area?
past School Bus Inc.
1 minute.
The entrance to go into Bavoni project. Once you go
Bavoni community.
My apologies. Once you go into that area, it's the first site on the right-hand side.
Oh, okay. I know you're talking about now. Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of abandoned vehicles and so forth placed in there.
I know the area. Okay, very well. I think it's going to provide not only job opportunities for many small business owners. I know they make a lot of inquiries. They call my office a lot of time looking for space. And I think it'll provide a big relief for those individuals. And as you say, it's two local entrepreneurs who are actually spearheading this effort, and I really appreciate that. It makes sense. And also it's going to bring some revenues to the coffers of the government in terms of taxes, etc. So it's a win-win as far as I'm concerned for our little island. So I want to say congratulations in advance.
Time.
To all individuals who have anything to do with it, and I want to thank the sponsor for bringing it forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
And Senator Suri, sir.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. And Mr. King, you have the finances for this particular building, right? The necessary financing?
Yes, we do.
And it's going to literally clean up the area. I heard you say that there's a lot of abandoned cars on that particular site.
That is correct. The owners are prepared to, clear it, clean it, and get, ready for construction.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Carrion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers.
Yeah.
To Via, let me just quickly ask. I understand that there was a major internet outage last night in St. Thomas. What was the reason for this outage, and is Via kind of worried about the competition? I know now we have a satellite internet that is coming into this scenario here in a territory like Starlink.
So I apologize. I'm not familiar with the outage. Maybe it wasn't Via's. We are anticipating the competition that's coming to the territory, and we are certainly prepared for it. And we do so by offering superior products at superior value to consumers. And as Ms. Pitt has testified, our CEO, Ms. Pitt, has testified before this and other committees, she has undergone a transformation of the company so that we can meet these challenges. And we are every day working to improve customer service, to improve the value to the customer of the services they receive, and to continue to make Via the leading provider of telecommunications solutions in the territory.
Or do you have any concerns with the lease as it is written presently?
No, as I mentioned, we have numerous leases with the department, and this is one of their standard leases. And, like I said, we have a good relationship with them, and we like to think we're a good tenant for them. So we have no concerns.
Attorney King, that's correct? Good afternoon, sir.
Attorney? Okay.
Oh, Mr. King, sorry.
Yeah.
With regards to the development, what's the timeline and the estimated investment costs that the owners are planning to put in the development?
1 minute.
Right now, we're looking at approximately in the range of about $4 million for the investment costs. The exact timeline, a lot of this is based on the approval of the permits from DPNR and also from the Senate.
Okay, if approved,
in terms of a start date.
Yeah, if approved, if this passes and if approved and you have the permit process, what's the timeline you guys have in mind?
ASAP, start immediately.
And the timeline when it will be finished?
The exact timeline, I can't give you that because it will be done in phases. So we need to sit down and figure out how many buildings are going to be done first. You wait a while. So in terms of the exact timeline to be completed, I would not be able to answer that at this time.
Then do you at least have information for phase one?
Time.
Phase one would be as soon as we get the permits. And once we get started, we're talking about availability of the building and so forth. You could talk about 8 to 12 months that completed.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph.
Senator Viale, Senator Sorrow is here as well. I don't know how you would like to proceed since I was last in the order, but if you have recognized me, I am prepared and ready to speak. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I wanted to ask Mr. King regarding the property that you're proposing to lease from the government of the Virgin Islands. I'm very familiar after you gave your description of where the property is located. Kindly indicate to us what zoning it is currently now?
The zoning is R3.
R3. And this is a property that is owned by the government of the Virgin Islands?
That is correct.
Okay, and I'm always curious as why properties that are owned by the government of the Virgin Islands aren't zone public. That's just one of my curiosities. I don't know if Mr. Vincent Richards could give us some enlightenment on how is it that we have properties that are owned by the government of the Virgin Islands, which is public land, not zoned public, and they're still R3, etc.
Good afternoon, Senator. In my experience, the government has property in its inventory that is zone R for residential, I for industrial, A for agriculture, and at times I've seen some that have zone W for waterfront. And the vast majority, well, some are zone P for public as well. I would venture to say in my experience, the reason that the zonings are what they are was when the government acquired them. That was the current zone. That was the current zoning, and no one at the time basically took it upon themselves to change the zoning to public. The greater sub-base area, the vast majority of that is zone industrial because of the historical nature of the sub-base Crown Bay area. And, we do have some waterfront agriculture that was specifically zoned for that purpose because of its location and so forth, Senator.
And thank you, because that's really on a segue to another topic, which is the land and water use plan. Now, Mr. King, I also wanted to let you know that some of the residents in Bovoni housing community had contacted me, and I was in dialogue with DPW regarding putting a bus stop in that same area. I don't know if you want to have a public-private partnership, because the residents have indicated that it's a long walk out to when Vitran isn't working to Nada area to catch safaris and the like, because they do not come in there, and the bus route is a long walk for some of them. But I don't know if you're open to that. I would definitely hope that may be something you would look at as part of being a community-oriented enterprise.
Time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You may go ahead and answer. Senator Joseph, you're asking a question too, or you're just making a statement?
I was asking a question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and it's directed to Mr. Richards.
Anyone should. Well, what I would need to do, I understand your concern, and I would have to refer that concern to the owners and get back as to what direction we would like to proceed with.
You're satisfied, Senator Joseph?
Yes, I believe I know the individuals who are some of the owners of this enterprise, and I have no problem with reaching out to them personally to see if that would be a possibility. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator General Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to Via really, really quick. What's your data on the amount of drop calls that you have happening right now in St. John?
I apologize, I don't have that information handy.
You live on St. Thomas, St. John? Where do you live?
I am currently off island.
Do you live off island?
I do, yes.
That's a problem that we have with telecommunications in the Virgin Islands. And I just want to take that moment to discuss that. We have Sprint and Liberty which was AT&T T-Mobile headquarters in Puerto Rico. You are off island, and we're just struggling with our internet services. So, with the lease approval for this site, what impact do you see it having on the residents of St. John? Because your testimony is quite, I don't want to say empty, but it lacked meat. So what's the impact of this tower being replaced?
Sure. No, I appreciate the question. And I would just note that I understand the concerns about the companies not being committed to the Virgin Islands. And I think VIA has demonstrated a long history of commitment to the territory and continues to do so. And that, there's a substantial workforce working and living in the territory. I happen to be an exception to that rule. But with regards to your question, the coverage will improve somewhat in the area of St. John, and we are trying to. The structure that's currently in place was erected in the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, and we've been trying to get this permanent structure.
Where's the structure? So Susannaburg is more towards. That's not even Mid-Island.
1 minute.
That's a little above Cruz Bay. So, what's the reach?
This will provide improved coverage to the North Shore and the far eastern end of St. John.
And the far eastern end is where you're looking at Coral Bay? Is that east?
I'm sorry.
West is Cruz Bay. So you're looking at better coverage for Coral Bay and the North Shore?
Correct. I believe
so. How does that, because when you go to the North Shore right now and to Coral Bay, you're picking up the BVI.
Yes, there is that issue with the BVI interference. There is signal overlap in that area, and it's.
So how does this 80-foot monopole improve service for that area?
It should provide a stronger signal for VIA services. So that.
And do you have the data? Do you have the data of the reach of the tower?
We do have information on that. We have extensive engineering documents. To be honest with you, there's a little bit beyond my as to how to interpret them. But if you would like, I certainly can follow up with you after this hearing and provide some of that detail to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If my time has been called, and I'm going to vote in the affirmative for both. I didn't get to you, Mr. King, but I just don't want us to replace a tower with a tower just because the tower was damaged. The tower has to have a good reach to really service the people of St. John who do not have internet service or phone service due to this tower. The tower has to be a tower that's replaced and of use and beneficial to the people of St. John. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sairo. I'll allow you, Attorney. You may continue. Go ahead. Attorney Karupas, you were saying something?
Sure. No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I understand the Senator's point, and the service, it is improved service, and it is the permanent structure, as I said, is much more resilient to storms and storm damage, so that in the event of a storm, service will be continuous and not interrupted. So there are benefits to the residents of St. John, and our concerns are well taken.
Thank you so much. And I must emphasize that service in St. John is really bad in certain areas. And I recently met with some individuals over there, and they're telling me that every month they have to dispute charges that they were on the BVI tower, and they're getting roaming charges sometimes for hundreds of dollars when they were on St. John all the time, and some have lost phone service because it's a constant dispute. So I think all of the companies that operate on St. John need to look at that particular problem as to how they're going to be able to provide service for that part of the island. As I know that they're saying that the towers on St. John are pretty powerful, and it picks up in a number of areas on St. John. So let's see how we can address that. We're hoping that you, via putting up this tower, is going to help with a particular problem for the via customers, and continue to look at the service you're providing and how you're going to be able to provide reliable service, and individuals don't need to go on WhatsApp in order to make a phone call. I will allow Mr. Richards, along with Mr. King and Attorney Karupas, to put a closing statement on the record, and then we're going to vote on these measures. Colleagues, I did send a contract, check your email, the contract for collective collaboration, so you can peruse that quickly. But I'll begin with Mr. Richards. You can put a closing statement on the record. Mr. Richards?
Thank you, Senator. I'd just like to say thank you for the time. Thank you for the consideration. And I look forward to being back here soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Attorney?
Sure. So again, thank you to the committee for its consideration of this matter, and your comments regarding VIA's service and coverage are well taken, and VIA is always striving to improve service and to improve coverage. And I think that you'll find VIA provide the best coverage in the territory, and we do have a strong commitment to the territory, and we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. King.
Yes, I'd like to say thank you very much for the time, and we look forward for the committees and the full, Senate approval. I'm pretty sure ENC Development LLC will not disappoint you. We are homegrown, and we just look, forward to giving more to the community. Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm looking at the work that Mr. Castro has been doing. It does good work, so I'm excited about this particular project. Colleagues, let's move to a vote on Bill number 34, that's 0262. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 34-0262, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Vitalcom Cellular, Inc., doing business as Via Wireless, VI, eCell, for the leasing of the northwest portion of parcel number 3B, Estate Susannaburg, number 17A, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second. Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yea.
Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru.
Yes.
Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34, that's 0262, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Vitalcom Cellular, Inc., DBA Via Wireless, VI, eCell, for the leasing of the northwest portion of parcel 3B, Estate Susannaburg, number 17A, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 34-0193, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and E&C Development, LLC, 8168, Crown Bay Marina, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator DeGraff and Senator Javan James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff.
He's performing.
Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff,
Mr.
not
Chair, I
voting.
think there's some concerns about
Senator
the motion.
Donna
of-
A. Fred Gregory.
One second. Senator Gregory, I was hearing you speaking. We're trying to finish the vote and then I'll...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
We're in the
Point
middle.
of order.
Go ahead, Senator Sarah. We're in the middle of a vote. That's why I was hearing talking and I was trying to stop the speaking so we could hear the vote over here.
But that's the point. The point of order is that the motion was read incorrectly. So we are voting on the wrong legislation. So, Mr. Chair, I move that the motion be reconsidered.
Second.
Senator Blyden made the original motion. So that Senator Blyden needs to withdraw the motion. The motion was withdrawn.
Yes, I move to withdraw. I move to withdraw my motion on bill number 34.0193.
I so move.
I so move.
I'm hearing a motion. I'm not hearing a second.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion.
Take a 1 minute. Take a 1 minute, please, Mr. Chair.
The
Take a 1
committee
minute recess,
stands
please.
in recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Bill number 34, that's 0193, on the short title does not expand to include the actual parcel number of the property, but that is not an issue because in the enactment clause, it does include the entire address, and by the time the bill reaches to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, we'll have the complete address in the short title. So at this point, do I have a motion with the short title that we presently have? Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Blyden.
I move that Bill number 34-0193, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and E&C Development, LLC 8168 Crombie Marina be approved in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Fred Gregory. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yea.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru.
Yes.
Senator Saru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0193, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and E&C Development, LLC, 8168 Crombie Marina, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, you have a copy of the contract. I will recess for 2 minutes and let's make a decision as to the path moving forward. Thank you so much. The contract for collective collaboration. This committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. The only item that we did not vote on is Bill number 34, that's 0176. Do I hear a motion?
No 70 people.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that bill number 34-0176, an act appropriating $325,000 from the Community Facility Trust Fund to the General Fund for the purpose of supporting the refurbishment of number 33 Company Street, Christiansted, and the program objectives of the Collective Collaboration, Inc., and requiring that the Collective Collaboration, Inc. comply with the financial disclosure requirement under 2 VIC subsection 29 be held in this committee for further amendment and consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden. Seconded by?
Donna. Senator DeGraff.
Objection.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded
by Senator DeGraff and Donna Fred Gregory.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Fred Gregory, and Senator DeGraff also second.
Yes.
Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion.
I Francis ain't gonna do nothing, man.
Senator Carrion, not voting. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff?
Yeah.
Yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
No.
Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, not voting. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes. Yes.
Senator Saru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Not voting.
Senator Viale, not voting. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 1 nay, 2 not voting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. Bill number 34, the motion carries. Bill number 34, that's 0176, an act appropriating $325,000 on the Community Facility Trust Fund to the General Fund for the purpose of supporting the refurbishment of number 33 Company Street, Christiansted, and the program objectives of the Collective Collaboration, Inc., and requiring that the Collective Collaboration, Inc. comply with the financial disclosure requirements under Title II, Virgin Islands Code, subsection 29, as amended, will be held in the Committee of Finance at the call of the chair. Colleagues, I want to thank you for today for participating. I want to thank all individuals who came before the committee and provided testimony. Thank you to the central staff, media, thanks to my staff. The Committee of Finance will be ramping up beginning next week. Next week is the beginning of the budget season, so we are going to have a busy 2 months. So everybody get your rest, drink your vitamins. We're going to knock this budget out as quick as possible. Once again, we have received a submission of a 2-year budget. The committee will only be considering the fiscal year 23 budget and will be sending correspondence to those commissioners and directors to only provide testimony on the fiscal year 23 budget. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.